Welcome in, everyone, to the continuing saga as the Pac-12 10, 11, 9, I'm out of order, spins and turns and twists. And yes, what is the path of the future? Well, we found out a little bit more today. There is not a deal done, but we found out quite a bit more, and we will discuss here on the Voice of College Football. We invite those comments and questions there. Of course, consider the Super Chat contribution. Hit the like button before you get settled, and let's talk some college football. We will be talking about actual play on the field in about 4 weekends, but as it stands right now, we've got two of the best online with us. That is Tony Siracusa from Last Word on College Football, and of course, consultant and strategist Tony Altimore, who we always rely on for tons of historical perspective and metrics as well. Guys, how are we doing tonight?
Doing all right, Mark. How are you?
Doing just fine. Of course, streaming has worked well here for the Voice of College Football, but will it work well for Pac-12 football? Tony, down below, Tony Siracusa. Right. This always happens when we've got two of the same name on the broadcast at the same time.
I'm the one not giving the USC victory sign.
We will, yes, we've got the dueling West Coast brands now coming to
because
the Big Ten as well.
The best people to talk to right now about the Pac-12 are clearly USC, UCLA, and Ohio State.
Well, when others cannot do for themselves, then we have to fill in and hopefully lead them to the way to a result, a prosperous result. So, Tony, what are your initial impressions of what went down today?
Couple of things. One, that Kliavkoff spent an hour and a half going over the initial proposal, which is streaming, which was almost exclusively Apple TV, with the presidents and chancellors of the universities, and came away without agreements. That, I think, is the biggest takeaway. They came away saying they needed more time to look at it, examine it, have the Board of Regents at their given universities take a look at it. And that's fine, but it also is an indicator to me that the agreement or the proposal did not blow anybody's doors off, where they said, oh my goodness, yes, where do we sign? We have to get this. That it is,
and not only that, but there was no statement. There was no, we're taking this for final signature. There was nothing.
Yeah. So there was silence. There were no leaks, no significant ones, at least. So the commissioner's office was not going to issue a statement, other than they have agreed to meet again on this soon. And the soon is not my word, it's theirs. I don't know how many days are in a soon or how many weeks are in a soon, but the calendar is slipping away from you because, Kliavkoff has been promising soon since mid-March. We're now in the early days of August. You're now 10 months away from your existing deal expiring. You have since lost one school and are in danger of losing more. I know it was a couple weeks ago, matter of fact, from Pac-12 Media Day, when Tony and I were on this channel with you, pointing out that Kliavkoff's statement was so poorly done that Rick George, the athletic director at Colorado, walked out of the event that morning and went to the airport and went back to Colorado. And I think Tony and I speculated that night a couple of weeks ago, Colorado's probably out. Colorado's probably, headed to the door literally. And of course, now they've done so. So look, my initial reaction is streaming is fine, but as your tier one media partner with no specific dollars assigned. In other words, part of the look that they had to get was they don't know how much this is going to be for. This isn't like an ESPN deal and a Fox Media deal where it's, 30 million per school per year. This is based on a return on subscriptions. You're going to get a percentage of the increase in subscriptions to Apple TV for those who sign up. The Pac-12 football will be an add-on to your Apple TV subscription, much like MLS and other things are now. How many subscriptions do we get? And you get a cut of that. It feels like one of those guys who knocks on my door talking about, do you want to buy these magazines? And he's getting a cut of whatever he sells. I have a hard time looking at this from a business standpoint and accepting blindly that athletic directors at these major universities are going to be okay with a large portion of their annual revenue budget being speculative every year based on subscriptions and increases in subscriptions, and that you're going to rely on that as a major source of your revenue. Those are my initial takeaways.
You're on mute, Tony.
Sorry, Tony, just building on that, one of the other issues is, to some extent, the Pac-12 network was a failed subscription-based service that they owned. And they failed to deliver on that. So it's like, okay, we failed at Amway, so now we're going to go, pick a new multi-level marketing scheme.
Right. The one thing I would add to that, Tony, though, and because you're absolutely right, part of the reason none of the schools ever got the money that they were promised by Larry Scott is because he never delivered DirecTV and AT&T and so on and so forth. The only difference that I would stipulate in this is the Pac-12 network was essentially their tier 3 media partner. It never amounted to what it should have, but it was tier 3. This is your tier 1. This is your bread and butter right here. And boy, that's not much bread or butter.
Well, and the thing is I think the assumption, and I had been told by people at multiple schools that their plan in February, which was a lot like this, was for substantially more money than the Big 12. And one of the things that I had talked to people a lot about and had lots of long talks. We talked on here, we talked on over. I've talked with bloggers offline. Like, one of the issues is a debate of, are you in this for the money, or are you trying to send your game to the masses? And I would sort of joke, like, if you want the money, take the money. If you want to send it to the masses, put it on PBS and give everybody a tote bag. But the assumption was always that in which we were clearly told by very high up leaders at a lot of these schools, that the money was good. And so now we're being told the money is less and uncertain. And so when you take a look at that, that's where I say, they're going to, first of all, they're going to need a new commissioner anyway.
Yeah.
And they're going to need a new exec board because UW and Wazoo have driven this bus off the cliff. And by the way, there's interesting precedent on that. One little note. UCLA's presidents in the 50s did a brilliant job building, one of the great research universities of the world, but were so corrupt in how they ran athletics that UCLA was not allowed to vote in the conference from 1959 to 1964.
Right.
So maybe Washington and Washington State can sit out a few votes for a couple years until we get the place back in order.
Dabo, thank you so much for the super chat contribution. We'll get to that in just a second, but I've got this question. Since Kliavkov has presented this to the presidents and it's been rejected or needs to be tweaked, we don't know how close it is to what would be acceptable or how far away it is. How much do we think he is in tune to knowing what would be acceptable? He can't go to the well too many times and bring back deals that are going to be rejected because he's going to lose some of these schools potentially.
What do you think, Tony?
I mean, I honestly have thought about this, and I am not a media person. One of the things I have never done is try to predict the media rights number. And I've always deferred to, others, whether it's what Bob Thompson says or what John Wilner researches or what the president say, or, others. Quite honestly, they didn't just do this on their own. There's a company called SMA that they hired, and they looked at Endeavor, they looked at SMA, I assume they looked at Octagon, somebody like this. SMA needs to be gone today. This is the advisor that's running this process for them, who the Pac-12 has hired to be their media advisor. And they have, I don't know if the Pac-12 has failed or they have failed, but either way, they need to be gone and they need to bring in a new media advisor. The Pac-12 is about to have what we expect to be its best year on the field in decades. And I would defer to media people to say this is a terrible idea, because it may be, but I would almost consider starting over from square one with a new commissioner and a new advisor, because there seems to be, we hear a lot from media industry people about opportunities that they have failed to capitalize on. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that they could they've failed here. So, and not only have they failed, but they fibbed to us the entire time about it. And I find that to be outrageous. And that's an issue that trustees and regents need to have conversations with their presidents on, because they kept, when the presidents speak, this is major, in some cases, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars that are into these facilities and all this. And the mismanagement is gross at this point. So I don't know if it would make sense to almost restart, wipe the slate clean and restart, or if they have to suck it up and take this and make do. And maybe they need to get some better fundraisers and make up. Because, in all honesty, if you're talking about a difference of $10 million, right? The University of California, I forget the exact number. If you include the med school, they raised, which is next door, technically separate. They raised something like, I don't know, $1.5 billion or something last time I looked at the fundraising stuff. Washington raises $700 million a year. So if it comes down to it, if they need to fundraise and work their butts off and fundraise an extra $20 million a year to make up the difference for this, that number is doable. But I think they have just so completely missed the mark here. And it's not about money. It's about, do you have the TV package that gives you the resources for the long term? And I don't think they have anything right now, from what we can tell.
Right. We one of the things we don't know is the length of term that this agreement would be: 3, 4, 5, 6 years, whatever. We don't know that. We haven't gotten to that yet. We do know that Apple TV would absorb the Pac-12 network, which I found interesting, because
that is a good read your hands up.
Sure. But at last we had heard that it was just going to be the production stuff that was moving out to the suburbs, and they would produce content for whatever streaming service it was. But they're going to keep the talent. They're going to keep all these guys. They're going to absorb the network as an entity to basically do the broadcast. And that's fine. That's all well and good. But I think that, look, Kliavkoff has, we've talked about this numerous times. Top priority when he came in the door 2.5 years ago had to be the TV deal. It had to be making sure USC was happy, because there was a lot of disgruntlement already from the Trojans. And I don't know what kind of efforts he made, but they didn't work, because USC's gone. UCLA went, right with them. But now you're looking at stopping the bleeding, because now you're hemorrhaging. It's easy for Dan Lanning at Oregon to make a joke about Colorado hasn't won anything in forever, so who cares if they leave? It's not the point. You're suffering, and I'm not a PR guy, but you're suffering an image blow that is just devastating,
and you're doing nothing to counter it.
And it's
nothing to counter it.
It's putting you in a corner as a negotiator if you're Kliavkoff, because you're losing whatever leverage you've got. There's no escalate. The Big Ten, the new Big Ten contract has escalator clauses in it. If you add teams, the contract will go up a certain percentage. It's a massive escalation if you add Notre Dame. This doesn't have any because it just assumes that if you're adding more teams, we'll add more subscriptions and you're getting paid off the subscriptions. So if you add San Diego State, we're going to get, a couple 100,000, subscriptions to Pac-12 on Apple TV out of San Diego, or Dallas if you add SMU, and you're getting paid off of that. There's no reason to build in an escalation clause for it when you're getting paid the VIG basically. And so, it's and this is what you got right now after 2 years. This is what you've got.
You're adding the potential of that many from San Diego and
Right,
Dallas.
sure,
I can't imagine that the percentage.
Oh no, I was throwing out. I was throwing out raw numbers,
Sure.
but just to make the point that you're getting your cut off the additional subscriptions. There isn't anything else.
Well, it's almost like running a household saying that, we all run households saying, okay, that these are set costs, starting with a mortgage, which is the most expensive. And okay, the electricity bill is going to go up 23 bucks next month, whatever. But we're talking about, to your original point, Tony, where the structure, the main tier is
built off a hypothetical. Yeah, it's built off a hypothetical.
And so most likely the Pac-12's opportunity to go in reverse and get those kind of partners that are going to have concrete numbers, to me, seems unlikely. You would think that they would have started there.
Right. I agree with that. And what happened today makes it all the more impossible to put it in reverse to go get those other partners, because one, why would they rescue you at this point? You created this mess and you got to get yourself out of it. But two, let's say hypothetically, because look, I agree with Tony. We saw for months, a lot of highly valued West Coast reporters, talking about how this was going to far surpass everything was fine. The rest of the conference was going to stay intact. That's one. And two, their sources were telling them that this deal was going to be north of $32 million a year per school, equal to or better than the Big 12. Now you're seeing, without an actual known dollar figure, you're seeing estimates that this would be in the 20, 22, $23 million range, and, per school, per team. So now, and if this isn't good enough, and let's just say you're ESPN and you're like, okay, look, we'll come up with something. You're going to come in at about 17 to 18 million because that Kliavkoff is that desperate. You're not going to come in better than the 22 or 23 million because you don't have to. If you're ESPN, why are you negotiating against yourself? You don't have to.
That's why I would consider starting over.
Any further deal or any other deal or any rescue deal is going to be worse than this.
Yeah, I mean, I think really they need to almost reconsider starting over with a whole new media advisor, reboot the process, rethink everything, and throw it up in the air. But I mean, in the meantime, they're probably going to lose Arizona, it looks like.
Yeah, I know. I checked right as we were going on the air. The Arizona Board of Regents had an emergency meeting tonight. Now, mind you, they oversee Arizona State, and Northern Arizona. Not that we're worried about what Northern Arizona does right now. I'm sure the Lumberjacks are happy wherever they are, but
they might be the best team in the state.
Could be.
But
the meeting, strangely, with no announcement ahead of time, they called the meeting to order and then cut off the streaming and went into executive session, which was private. And the meeting ended right about the time we were coming on. There's been no announcement yet as to anything. It's entirely possible they've not decided yet.
Well, and Tony, my impression is, and I could be wrong, is I don't know the exact delegation of authorities in Arizona. My impression was that, and I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, somebody please correct me in the chat. My impression is that Arizona has delegated that authority to the presidents.
Yes, that's true, with some oversight. In other words, they need to be consulted. They need to have the discussion. It is a ceremonial papal blessing that, yes, if that's what you want to do. In other words, they need to say, if this is what you want to do, we approve it. And if you want to do this instead, we approve it. That approval needs to be there, at least in formality.
So they're not going to have an issue. Now, I had been told by very high up Arizona people a couple of months ago that they did not want to split them up.
Correct.
And there's a YouTuber out in Utah who has the other day supposedly spoke to an Arizona regent who said that they have changed their opinion of that. I can't verify that, but
I actually have a source that said the same thing, that the Board of Regents would like to keep them together. The schools would like to stay together. There is, however, even though Brett Yormark said, or I'm not sure actually it was him, but someone else within his office said, we're good with just one more team, so that we get that even number. We're at 14. However, if, and let's just assume that team is, Arizona, if they were also able to, within the next couple of weeks, get Utah and Arizona State, they're not going to say no. So there is, I don't think that Arizona State and Arizona are going to go together right now if one leaves, simply because the conference is looking for one to get to that even number of 14. But I don't think that shuts the door on Arizona State and or Utah coming in at some point either.
So we've got 9 schools left in the Pac-12. Do we consider all these schools as of right this second? Yes. We're awaiting an announcement anytime. No. And apparently there won't be an announcement out based on the sources that I looked at online in regards to this after this meeting tonight. Apparently, Correct. They're not prepared to say anything or make any kind of decision known. Do we consider all of those, when we combine the football brand, the school, everything involved, those to be fairly equal? Of course, they're not completely equal, because my next question leads to, is there a tipping point in terms of a number in the Pac-12, or is that also dependent on which schools would leave that would change that tipping point?
I think it depends on which schools leave. I mean, look, if Oregon and Washington are out the door tomorrow, you're in a lot of trouble. You still have the Arizona State, you still have Utah, you still have whatever, but you've got 2 of your high-end football programs out the door. If you lose Arizona, you're losing a good basketball school, and the game against Kansas every year is going to be a lot of fun, and the game against Baylor. But for football purposes, you're fine because you still have some marquee names that you can throw out there for marketing purposes. So I think it matters more which schools. I mean, obviously, if we get all the way down to 6, then we're like, why just merge with the Mountain West and, call it a day. But if you're at 9 or if you're at 8, I think it depends on which schools are still left.
And I'm sorry,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead, Tony.
I was going to say there are a couple key breaking points in this. The first one is 6, which is what you have to have an NCAA conference. Mm-hmm. You have to have 6 members. The second one is 10, because at 10 they can continue with a 9-game scheduling model. So those are 2 really kind of, I think, like key break points as far as numbers go when people talk about who you would add. Mark, we've done, and we talked about a year ago, sort of different scenarios and what you could do in the different scenarios. And one of the issues, I think, is that if you were to lose, say, Oregon and Washington and the Pac-12 South schools, then your entire identity is in flux. And so as you think about all of the standards that you use, that you settled on, San Diego State and SMU, well, all of a sudden now you need to rethink Boise, you need to rethink Memphis, you need to rethink who you are as an entire conference, because you no longer have the flexibility and that identity, and you're doing a whole, large backfill, not just a patch job.
And is there possibly 3 phases to this, meaning that right now the Pac-12 would add on, the Pac would add on Mountain West schools that they find favorable, or it transitions into, this is just kind of a straight on merger, like the Pac's down to 6 schools and it's almost a merger with the Mountain West, or the Mountain West, if there becomes a tipping point in the other direction, says, you know what, we're fine where we are and we have a league. You have 5 schools left. You're joining us.
So what we would probably see, because remember, the Pac-12 is an NCAA legislated autonomy conference.
Mm-hmm.
So what I think you would see in almost any case would be, and particularly as long as you had, I mean, the other big question right now is, do we have Cal and Stanford? As long as you have Cal, Stanford, I don't know, Utah, whatever you still have, you would probably still be this is the exact same conversation that we had in 2021 about the Big 12, when I was having to explain to people that the Big 12 was not going to vanish. They weren't going to lose their autonomy status. I mean, it's literally the exact same conversation we had in 2021 about them. But you sweep up into the autonomy conference, presumably. However, I'll give you one history point, though. We'll see if they'd be dumb enough to do it again. I think we talked about this the other day, Mark, in one of the streams, but in 1957, 1957 in December, when USC and UCLA and Cal left the Pacific Coast Conference, everybody in the West applied to join the Pacific Coast Conference to replace them, and the PCC literally never voted on it. And then they lost Washington, and then they said, "Okay, well, we'll just dissolve and wait for the new Pac to let us in."
Right.
And I mean, would they be dumb enough to do that again? Well, and then, by the way, in 1968, they took another vote to pretend that 10 years never happened. But, would they be dumb enough to do that again? Are Stanford and Cal and Washington and Oregon just sitting there, trying to smile and look pretty and wait for the Big Ten, for a call that may never come?
I want to point out something. There was a guy, because I'm looking at the notes at the bottom of the screen. Guy was on there before with the Oregon State hat, or the Benny Beaver logo. I liked his suggestion. Just stay live on air until we get an announcement from whomever, and then you could be the guy who breaks the announcement. Look, one thing I do want to point out.
Well, I was going to say real quick, Tony, just to play off that before I let you go. This can possibly merge right into our 24-hour lives, right into the opening of the season. It'll be, we're waiting for kickoff, we're waiting for an announcement. Go ahead, Tony.
One thing that, as we talk about, does it matter? Do the numbers matter, or does it matter who's left? Well, let me just point out the numbers matter at least a little bit, because if you lose Arizona next week or whatever, and you don't add on quickly, you start 2024 playing 7 conference games, because you only have 8 teams left in the conference. And you got to schedule some out of conference games pretty quickly. And we all know that those get done, years in advance. And all of a sudden, everybody's calling Fresno State wanting to schedule them, and, whomever else you can find there. So the numbers matter to a point if you're not able to add on quickly.
And the other thing, when you're not talking about Big Ten and SEC money, the top line matters, but so does the bottom line. Right. And so you need to think about costs, and the travel costs of the Olympic sports start to become a really big deal. One of the great things about the Pac, USC's old operations director when I was an undergrad told me, this was speaking about the Pac-10, when they were all in the 5 sets of pairs. He said a monkey throwing feces at a calendar could make the Pac schedule more efficient than any other conference because the Pac schools are all in easy travel pairs. Like, it's perfect setup. So when you start talking about it's all falling apart, and now you're like, and we guess we'll take San Diego and Boise and Memphis and South Florida and Connecticut, or whatever you're going to do. Now you're also talking about taking millions off the bottom line as well. And that starts to become, just sort of starts to compound your problem.
Yeah, the Pac-10 used to have the perfect round robin system, both
and everything.
Yeah, UCLA and USC head up to Washington. One plays Washington State, one plays Washington on Thursday. You flip on Saturday, and call it good. And you do it in the Bay Area, and it was the perfect system.
The only conference that's better at that is the Ivy League because they're closer.
Right. Sure.
They have the same kind of setup with pairs. So I mean that all of a sudden starts to become a real issue. I'll tell you, actually, if they're getting desperate, my favorite suggestion from T-Mac, actually, friend of the show, I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but he had, I thought, a really good suggestion. He said, go add Army and Navy in football. If you're if you're getting hard up. Tony doesn't like that idea, but I like that idea. The idea that there's
Tony, have you not told us though that there's a lot of red tape to fight through for obvious reasons with those?
Huge red tape. But right now you're looking at like, they have cherry picked, and they cherry picked 4. We know of 3. The Tulane AD has gone on the record and said he does not want Tulane to upgrade to a power conference because of all the enormous costs involved. So I don't know if Tulane was 4 or not, but the 3 that we know of are San Diego State, SMU, and Colorado State. Once we get beyond that,
did these media rights deals that have been circulating in the news, those numbers not reach the Tulane president? Did he not receive that?
Well, this was in May that I read his comments.
Okay.
Well, the thing about it is Tulane looks at it, and for them to compete in the Pac, right, they've got to have like soccer stadiums and soccer, wellness centers and lounges, all that. I mean, USC's building a new $30 million soccer and lacrosse stadium. I mean, those are the types of things that you have to have if you're going to compete at that level. And the Tulane AD basically said, like, with the cost of travel, flying from New Orleans to Seattle and Pullman and Portland, San Francisco, that's a long ways, and that's a lot of money. And I think they were saying, well, we're not trying to win the Director's Cup, so we'll just kind of stay here.
Stanford and Cal have been awfully quiet.
Right. Yes.
I wonder, and this is not a prediction, this is not anything. I honestly wonder if they're trying to pull the 1957 thing and just sit there and wait and beg for the Big Ten. Stanford is the only school, by the way, that to date has not made a statement of fealty at all. Now, they're also completely leaderless, rudderless, president immersed in scandal for 8 months or whatever. So, but
and would they really have to beg?
No, I don't think they would. They are academically a perfect fit for the Big Ten. They can walk in the door with their AAU credentials and, sit right at the family table right away. When you've got a Big Ten conference that is really good in football and pretty darn good in basketball and decent in other sports, and you walk in with Stanford, the king of all NCAA championships, with a lot of programs that are paid for by benefactors. The school doesn't even have to pay for them. They've got 12 schools that are underwritten, or 12 athletic programs that are underwritten by donors and benefactors that the school doesn't even have to pay for. Of course, that's an easy call if you're the Big Ten. There is an interesting bit of them just kind of sitting back, waiting quietly.
I just want my video from 1 year ago to come true. Big Ten 21. Washington, Oregon, Cal, Stanford, Notre Dame split into 7 3-team divisions.
I made the map on that, I think.
I believe you did.
I think I made the map for that video. I mean, that's, I have said, and I get a lot of flack for it, but I've said from the get-go that I still remain surprised that Cal and Stanford did not come with. And Dr. Sample, who is my all-time favorite professor, who was USC president for a long time, I don't think he would have let Cal and Stanford out of his sight. I know he wouldn't let Stanford out of his sight. So,
Right.
I continue to remain surprised that the Big Ten has not taken them. And the Pac-5, the 5 founders, which is USC, UCLA, Cal, Stanford, Washington. Those 5, they have a weird bond. And, I mean, if I were the Big Ten, I would have taken them all. But the Big Ten presidents didn't want to. But I'll give you one other thing. And, Tony, I'd love your thoughts on this. So we always talk about how basketball is not a lot of the money, right? Basketball is like 15% or something of the TV deal. But I'll tell you the catastrophic thing that worries me right now for the Pac-12 is the loss of Arizona basketball. Because having lost UCLA basketball, of course, the legendary bluest of the blue bloods. USC, fairly good. We're pretty good. If you lose Arizona too, Pac-12 basketball is garbage.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden, basketball is only 10 to 15%. But if you've chopped that value out of the basketball, that's huge. Now, Arizona basketball, I'll be honest, I don't know that they really add much to the Big 12 because the Monday night, whatever, the Big 12 Monday night showdown or whatever is already going to be great. So if you add Arizona, they have more great teams, but it doesn't elevate them to the degree that I think it chops the pack. And I worry that their basketball valuation is going to go in the tank from losing Arizona.
As you say that, I'm smirking because I'm hearing Bill Walton in my head. Dave Pash, we've got a great Pac-5 showdown with Washington State and Oregon State and the Great Palouse and
the Rome of the Pacific Northwest.
No truck stop conference here. This is a beautiful, harmonious thing we've got. But it would devastate. It would devastate Pac-8 basketball. I already went on one of my social media sites earlier and found one of the old Pac-8 logos, which is what it was when I started watching. Back in the early 70s. Found the Pac-8 logo and put it back up there on my social media. There was something, Mark.
By the way, thank you to George Reload. We appreciate that. Nice comment. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll let Tony finish his point, and then we'll run through the super chat contributions.
There's a little bit of I've only spoken with her once, so I'm not going to say I know what she's thinking. But there's got to be a little bit when we were talking about would the Mountain West just absorb whatever is left. You're saying it's not going to be a merger because remaining Pac-12 schools, you don't have any leverage, but we'll absorb you into the Mountain West. Gloria Nevarez has got to be sitting there watching this with tremendous interest because she was a finalist for the commissioner's job for the Pac-12, and many, including me, thought she should have gotten the job. Thought she absolutely was immensely qualified for the job and should have gotten it, having been an associate commissioner already with the conference and then moving to the Mountain West. She's got to be sitting there just having her cup of coffee in the morning and saying, let's see what Kleofkoff is up to today.
I mean, I've taken flack for this. I've kind of openly said that I think she or Oresco should be put on a plane out west today,
right?
Because I think they need an old school commissioner. Right. I think they need a captain to steer the ship, and they should get somebody brilliant to run their new growth strategies or something like that. Right. They can think of fun ideas and all those, but they need an old school commissioner to run the ship. I mean, if I were them, I'd go to Huron Group and make Jim Delaney the emergency manager, kind of like Detroit, when Detroit absolutely fell apart and they put an emergency czar in there to run the city. they need to put this conference back together. And I mean, again, the money, when we, in the grand scheme of things, when we look at, are there $10 million behind? $10 million matters a whole lot more to Kansas State than it does to Washington or Cal.
Could be the greatest changing of the guard in a catastrophic situation since Winston Churchill for Neville Chamberlain.
Exactly.
Saving the day in World War II.
And it's about that degree of change that needs to happen, I think, in this conference. Because you right now you've got whatever mess, and by the way, I don't necessarily know if that applies to all of the operational people or the sport management people, because some of them are probably wonderful, but the people running it were terrible under Larry Scott, and they've been terrible under Kliakov. So they're 0-2. I think it's time for some serious change.
Let's hit the super chats. As Tony mentioned, Georgia Reload, thank you so much for your contribution. Thanks for doing a good job, guys. LBC Robbie has determined, hey, now is the time. I'm going to become a YouTube member here at the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much for that. You can look at your many benefits that come along with that. We will send you a link to the Discord as well. You can talk college football and realignment 24/7, 365. We've got our web chiming in with Pack has 3-1 arm and paid on commission. Yeah.
Sounds it's just about.
And Dabo Sweeney, and we have fact-checked the winning percentage. Very good. Well done. At least with the ACC, they have their own network for other sports, and it's right next to the SEC network on all the channel guides. Pac-12 is toast. Let's not be inaccurate there, though. The ACC, at least as of a year or two ago, the distribution for the ACC network was not the same as the SEC network. So they may be side by side on your cable plan,
right?
But that is not case.
They're not on all. And let's also be clear that the ACC network is owned by ESPN. So, sure. Jim Phillips isn't, deciding what goes on, what goes on the programming on any given weekend.
And of course, our buddy Joey, thank you so much for challenging everyone with a super chat challenge, a little support for the best show on the internet. Thanks to these two tonight. We try to hold it together when they're not on. Well, I do my best. But Tony Siracusa, last word on college football. And before we continue our conversation, Tony, what's going on there at Last Word?
Well, we've got a lot of leftover, I don't want to say leftover, but coverage still going on from media days last week, some in-depth coverage of camps now that they're open, position battles, things like that. So we are ramped up now to about 4 to 5 fresh content articles per day. By the time the season starts, we'll be at about 7 to 8 per day. So definitely a lot there, depending upon, or even regardless of which team you like. We've got plenty of content there. By the way, comment for Dabo Sweeney there. I took umbrage at Dabo's comment on the transfer portal when he was at ACC Media Days. I didn't want to call him out on it because it seemed kind of petty in front of a couple hundred media members. But when Dabo was talking about they don't need to use the portal, we don't really lose players to the portal. And he said, and we segue this because we're talking about the Pac whatever. He said, as a matter of fact, off last year's team, we didn't lose any starters other than to the NFL. Really? Your starting quarterback is sitting in Corvallis, about to play for Jonathan Smith. You don't get to call Cade Klubnik your starting quarterback because he started the bowl game. No. DJ was your starting quarterback, and he's sitting in Corvallis, where I have gone on the record of saying I think he's going to have an amazing year playing in Jonathan Smith's offense. One thing when Tony was referencing back to the Larry Scott days, I would be remiss if, having attended all those Pac-12 media days as I did with Larry Scott doing a tap dance, on stage about how there was no deal with DirecTV. But I got to tell you, it's a little weird today because Larry Scott when he was doing that tap dance, would constantly say, we're really focused on the cord cutters of the future. We're really talking about getting ready for when it's all going to be about streaming. Now, look, reality is ESPN, they're all going to move large chunks of their programming to streaming at some point in the future. 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, there will be more streaming on ESPN Plus. They will do, whatever the streaming. Amazon will pick up some more. Apple, if this is a success, will pick up more. There's going to be all of that streaming. So, but I'm not going to say Larry Scott was right, because you have to deal with the here and now. And I saw a reporter on his digital media site, a reporter whom I like a lot, but I don't want to call him out by name here, who talked about one of the important things about this deal and potentially accepting it is, where does that set you up in 2030 and beyond with streaming outlets? And I wanted to jump through my laptop and say, no, you must deal with the here and now. That's what got Larry Scott all turned around. He didn't want to take the ESPN partnership for the Pac-12 network, because he was going to be independent, so that he was fluid and free to move with streaming and the cord cutters. And okay, he was 15 years too soon, and the conference is paying the price every year, to his tenure and Kleofkoff's. But no, you cannot look at this deal in terms of what does it do 7 years from now with streaming services, because you don't know what the streaming services are going to be. You don't know who's still going to be around. You don't know who's going to be offering anything. Deal with the here and now, which is a 4 to 5 year contract now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need to do. It's what they should have done 6 months ago.
They should have done years ago. Yeah.
But especially 6 months ago. And that's the thing, is they pushed and pushed and pushed, and it would have been fine, but they had the Big 12 clawing and just trying to pull off. And yeah, they pulled off the absolute worst piece of the Pac-12. They may well pull another football team who's won 5 games in 3 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, those are not good football teams, but you're ripping out the heart of the conference. And that costs you, even though they're not good football teams. And yeah, you can replace them with teams that have better SP plus, more talent ranking, whatever, that win more games. I mean, San Diego State whipped Arizona a couple times, but you can't, you can't have that happen. And it's ridiculous. And they've got to stop the bleeding. And I think that then they have to make some serious changes. I mean, just no matter what, even if I don't know, Michael Crow convinces Bobby Robbins to stick around and give it a shot, whatever. I don't think they can continue under the current commissioner. I think it has become such a global pile-on that I don't think he can be effective as commissioner anymore.
There's a part of me that doesn't wonder if taking the break after today and coming back in 3-4 days, a week, whatever it is, to revisit this isn't a little bit intentional, because they couldn't get all the yeses they wanted. The votes weren't there. The yes votes weren't there to get this through. So don't take the vote and embarrass yourself by getting it flat out rejected. But also, if you're Kleofkoff, you're hoping that this downtime gives some of the guys who really are committed to trying to make this work, and have them trying to work over the guys who are sitting on the fence and maybe leaving. Does that make sense? Get a little bit of lobbying going on, get a little bit of chatter going on. Washington State and Oregon State don't have anywhere to go. Nobody is pining for them. You don't really know what Arizona State wants to do. Maybe if they do want to stay, hey, let's talk to, our Arizona brethren. Let's talk to Utah. Let's talk about what can happen on the positive side if we all still, pull this together. Look, I'm reminded, Mark, and you and I talked about it years ago when things got so bad under Larry Scott that he spent a summer going to private equity firms around the country, hat in hand, begging for $750 million. Got exactly zero of it. And I saw reports that, well, he got offered $1 billion, but turned it. No, he did not. I mean, we're not going to go into details because the copies of things that I have people have the names of the recipients watermarked on the presentations, but I know what the presentation was page for page. And it got so bad, Larry Scott was asking for $750 million in exchange for nothing more than we'll give you your money back and a little bit on top of that. It feels like right now this is almost a little bit worse because the conference survived in whatever capacity without that money. They were cash strapped. The schools weren't getting as much as they were supposed to. But now you got schools just last one out the door, turn off the lights.
Well, and the other thing, when we look at what they do next, I also wonder if I think you're 100% right, Tony, that intentional break. But I wonder if it also gives a chance for, okay, if you're going to go, because you don't in the room, you don't need to be negotiating around trying to bring a resolution with somebody who's going to dash out the door tomorrow.
Right.
So if somebody is saying, oh, I want this, I want that, if you're going to go. And if you come into the room for the next, this would be what I would try to do if I were Kirk Schultz, because this really is, I think, more at a president level than a commissioner level. Mm-hmm. But I would say, like, hey, if you don't have the pen out to sign when what you're signing when we're done, don't come back into the room, because they need to get to a point of being done.
Tony, in our conversations, not just about this specifically, but just about the way administrations and schools operate in general, we're talking about, again, presidents of elite schools and that deal with larger sums of money, that deal with college football fans. I know, hold your breath. That deal with what is for their core purpose, more important things. And then they botch this. Do you think that they know this is important? Commissioner, you deal with this. You bring us updates, keep us in the loop. We're dealing with a zillion other things over here, and they just kind of let it go.
It's very possible. Remember, the University of Washington's total budget, including their healthcare system they run, is $9.2 billion. Of that, 130 million are athletics. So, these are small dollars. These are small potatoes. I think they made the comment at Media Days, which I think we talked about. They have now had 32 CEO group meetings this year. In a normal year, they have 3. When I heard they scheduled this meeting on Tuesday, I just can't even imagine the work that goes involved with the secretaries to schedule these meetings is insane. So the fact that they're getting these folks together and doing this, it has to be done, but it is not in their normal forte. But at the same time, they have failed as board members. Yes, they have a board response, and some lawyers angrily typing about the definition of fiduciary duty right now. But regardless of what you want to argue about, they have a responsibility as board members to manage this process. Mm-hmm. And as a board, they have a responsibility to know. They don't have to be in on the meeting, whatever. There have to be controls. There has to be management. That's the purpose of a board, especially a board that's had 30 meetings in the last year. And to be all of a sudden surprised by any of this means that you have just epically failed as a board.
Yeah, look, totally agree with that. 100%. The commissioner works for them, not the other way around. And they're sitting there saying, well, let us know how it goes. Look, I'll tell you, because I know we've talked about him personally before. I look at somebody like Gene Block, who does not care what the athletic department does. Win some championships so we can hang some banners. And, look, I personally witnessed the fact that over years, Gene Block couldn't be found at an athletic event on campus to save his life, that it was only when Martin Jarman came in as the athletic director, and Jarman literally dragging him by the hand along the field at the Rose Bowl to say, Chancellor Block meets so-and-so, Chancellor Block meets so-and-so, you see that guy over there, his name is Troy Aikman. He's really famous. Why don't you say hi to him? He's a very famous Bruin. That's what that relationship is like. So that gives you, some insight as to, USC, they've got tons of administrative issues that they're dealing with on their own in terms of, the athletic department. And I saw an ugly rumor tonight just before we went on that Carol Folt wants to interview Martin Jarman for the AD job at USC. Boy, talk about sending UCLA people into a panic. But to Tony's point,
Mark, was there a show on your channel that might have suggested that? I think whoever that is might have had a slide about it.
To Tony's point, they've done absolutely nothing correct in terms of how you run a board, how you run you have to run this like a business. You may be the president of the university. I joked about Michael Schill in the past, and he's got all of his issues at Northwestern right now. But when he was at Oregon, right,
another stellar oversight job.
Yeah, this was a guy who, when I was asking him questions on a Zoom call when the Pac-12 was shutting down for COVID, and I asked him, do you fear losing some of your football players to schools that are still going to play? And his answer was, no, I feel certain that they're going to be spending more time in the library and doing all the things that other students do. And he was dead serious. This is the mentality of too many of these schools. This is why when the Big 12 was hemorrhaging and everyone accused them of circling the drain, oh my God, they've lost Oklahoma and Texas. How will they survive? And the Pac-12 had a chance to go pillage some of the Big 12 schools, and they turned their nose up at them. They weren't good enough. They weren't Carnegie Tier 1 academic universities. And, who's having the last laugh at that now, right? So there's always been a bit of arrogance. Some of it was deserved. Some of it was way overblown. And it's costing them now. It's costing them very much.
Well, that, and the other thing too that I really think is a failure here is the failure of the University of California to be the imperial mothership aircraft carrier University of California. I mean, when the Pac-12 was at its strongest, the University of California, Clark, President Kerr, President Sproul in the Pacific Coast Conference, I've never found records of them having an election. He was just chairman of the Council of Presidents because he just was. And so like they were imperial and they kept people in line. And like right now they're just out like in left field picking dandelions with Oski.
Yeah.
So I mean, when you're the University of California, Stanford's always been snooty in the corner, but the University of California, I mean, they are the aircraft carrier, and they're acting like they're a little like the SS Minnow. They are. I mean, it's just they're not doing anything. And by the way, they do care about their sports. I mean, they just pumped $30 million. The poor thing about Cal is that they're like the person who's trying to follow the recipe to bake the bread. Every time you take it out of the oven, it's collapsed. They're doing the stuff that you're supposed to do. Their teams just lose unless they're in the pool or on a boat. So, poor Cal, but Cal needs to be Cal.
Right.
And the other thing the Pac has not done at all with this whole Big 12 stuff is they didn't fight back at all.
Correct.
Which was okay if you absolutely had control of the situation. But we're seeing now with Colorado situation, we're seeing now with the TV situation, they didn't have control of the situation and they weren't fighting back, which is you can't do. I mean, they needed to be in there being like, wow, I guess that's too bad. You know, your grant didn't get approved. Maybe you should knock off this baloney. I mean, that's what it takes. The Big 12 is fighting dirty, and the Pac-12 is picking dandelions with Oski. Dandelions pick? It's true.
Tony Siracusa, last word on college football. Tony, we know you need to hit the road. Any parting shots, any other points that you wanted to bring across?
No, look, I think whatever happens needs to happen sooner rather than later, because as Tony and I have both used the term, you got to stop the bleeding. And the longer this goes on, the bigger that gaping wound is going to become, and the more PR damage and image damage you're going to suffer. And at some point it becomes irreparable. Look, we're all looking forward to, in 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, we get to start talking actual football. But Kliavkoff can't pretend that that's going to make this issue go away. He needs to resolve it beforehand. If this lingers into the start of the season and they still don't have a deal for next year, it is going to be an overwhelming topic for everything he does. And he is not prone to speaking to the media. He's not prone to giving interviews. And so there is no damage control going on right now by anybody. And it's hurting them. So beyond that, just, come to our site and read all of our great writers.
He's got great stuff.
Thank you.
Yes. And that site is lastwordoncollegefootball.com. You've seen it throughout the show on the banner right there. And follow Tony on Twitter, Tony Bruin, at Tony Bruin. He's a definite follow. Football Writers Association votes on just about every major award in college football, and deservedly so.
Thank you,
Tony. Thank you so much for being here. We know we lean on you for these type of events. And again, thank you so much for your time.
All right, guys. Tony, have a good night.
Fours up. Fours up.
All right. Fours up. Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Tony. All right. We will keep it rolling here. And Tony, you as well. I want to make sure that I'm respecting your time. Yes. If we have DeReal come on, he will have to give you the obligatory fight on. But,
fight on, DeReal. And I'm sending a Go Cats to DeReal.
Dang, hey, that's very kind of you, since the wager went in your direction. But
he's a friend of the show. We love him.
Yes. You are certainly more than welcome to stick around, Tony, but I want to respect your time. So anytime you need to cut out, go right ahead, of course.
Okay, I got to get some stuff set for tomorrow. We've got you have a special guest coming for a Big Ten expansion discussion, and I told him I'd help him get some slides for that. So we'll have that ready for tomorrow.
Tony, thank you so much for that.
Thank you
for being here.
Right on.
We'll see you, Tony.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tony is coming back tomorrow night with a special guest that has never appeared here at the Voice of College Football. So Wednesday night, big live stream coming your way with Tony Altimore, who's, yes, as he said, leaving to get hard at work on some statistics, some slides to prepare for a special guest that we have coming on tomorrow night concerning Big Ten, the Big Ten side of this, the Big Ten possible pursuit of Oregon and Washington. Pursuit not being the right word, because obviously Oregon and Washington pursued the Big Ten. They have applied for membership going back to last fall. They've been vetted and cleared. That's where it stands right now. Applied for membership, vetted and cleared just a couple months ago. Oregon and Washington to the Big Ten. Will it go through? That's a whole other matter, but we will talk Big Ten expansion, Big Ten realignment from the Big Ten perspective on Wednesday night with a special guest from the Big Ten and Tony Altimore as well. Wanted to catch up with a couple other super chats. I'm also available. You can talk to me. I know that I'm not necessarily Tony Altimore or Tony Siracusa on this subject, but I'm available for the discussion as well. So we will leave the link in the chat, and you can join us to talk not just realignment, but we are here to talk college football as well. Keep in mind that we are less than 4 weeks from kickoff of the college football season on August 26th, week 0. Or for those of you who only consider week 1 the official start of college football, we are 4 weeks and 2 nights away from a Thursday night of Nebraska, Minnesota, Utah, and Florida on that Thursday night. We've got about 10 games scheduled on that Thursday night, the last day of August, this being the first day of August. Think about that. We are within the month of the start of college football. Day 1 of August, August 31st, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Utah, Florida. And then also keep in mind that we are planning the 3rd annual Voice of College Football 24-hour marathon, live marathon leading into the season. So we will be here for that as well. All right. We did have a couple super chats that I have not gotten to yet. Here we go. Badger and Bournemouth fan. If the Pac dissolves, does that actually hurt the Big 12 in the future, relevance-wise in football? So the Pac-12 would dissolve, and this could possibly hurt the Big 12. So this could be some higher end thinking here, some upper tier thinking from Badger Bournemouth. Well, let's think about it. Let's put together, there are about 50 different scenarios that we could devise here. Well, let's go with a reasonable one. Let's say Arizona, Utah, Arizona State go Big 12 and become the Big 16. 16 teams in the Big 12 with Arizona, Arizona State, and Utah joining Colorado. And let's say Washington, Oregon, Big 10, Stanford, Cal, Big 10, Oregon State, Washington State, sorry, Beaver and Wazoo fans, to the Midwest or the Mountain West Conference. All right. Then we have a week in Pac-12. We basically don't have a Pac-12. We've got a Pac Mountain West, and whatever they would do with the branding of that conference, it would basically be the Mountain West plus the Beavs plus the Cougs. And we would have a Big 12 that would be a strong Big 12, not at the upper echelon, able to compete with the SEC and the Big 10, of course, but 16 strong. Then why would this actually hurt the Big 12 in the future? You would need to explain that one to me. The Big 12 gaining strength. Arizona is not a great football brand. Arizona State is not a great football brand now, but they still add to the value. Arizona population is soaring each and every year, each and every decade. Arizona population continues to soar. The high school football play, much because of the result of that population growth, is increasing all the time. The improvement in Arizona high school football has gone up significantly in the last 10 or 15 years. So population up, high school football recruiting footprint is soaring there, more so than just about anywhere in the country in terms of where they were. And you've got 2 major programs that are right now top 50 programs. That's all they are, Arizona, Arizona State. But what is the ceiling for those programs? What have they accomplished in the past? We're not going to take the extremes. The extremes are Jake Plummer, 1996, Arizona State playing in the Rose Bowl for a national championship. That's an extreme that may never be met again and probably won't with those schools going into the Big 12. But the ceiling is winning 8 games, winning 9 games, and consistently going to bowl games. And that's a good football property to bring on. Now, once you do the valuation and then you have to redistribute the money, it's probably not making more money overall for the Big 12 or for its member schools, but it's scarfing up more territory, more property, more brand, more markets. So that's a plus. I get your point, but it's a plus. Still a plus. We also have Dabo chiming in again. Thank you so much for the contribution, folks. If the Big Ten adds Oregon, Washington, Florida State, and Clemson, then that gives the Big Ten the premier football brand. I don't see a scenario where ESPN allows their premier football brand, the SEC, to be number 2. ESPN has to pony up to keep Florida State and Clemson. Okay, let's understand a few things. The point is well taken here. However, let's also understand that ESPN isn't just in the business of college football, number one. That's probably what ESPN is best known for, because the major over-the-air networks are invested heavily in the NFL. That's their number one priority. And because there are other networks that do other things, that ESPN is obviously, that has been the cornerstone of ESPN's growth, has been college football and college basketball. Before ESPN ever touched Major League Baseball, the NBA, and the NFL in the 80s, of course, the network was built on college athletics, and the biggest college sport is football. The big college sport that is played the most is college basketball. So that's the origin of the ESPN growth. However, ESPN is in the business of the NBA and Major League Baseball and the NFL with a Monday Night Football game. So let's understand that college football is extremely important to ESPN, but it's not the only importance. It's arguably number one. It's probably still number one, but it's close. The NBA, believe me, I worked at the place. I know when the NBA contract was secured. I know that for somebody who, at least in my department, don't misunderstand me, I was not in charge of the NBA. In my department, had a hand in being in charge for our operation within our department, the NBA, and our operation of executing the NBA programming and live productions, that the NBA is a huge, enormous property for ESPN. So let's understand that we're all college football fans, and ESPN's known for college football, but they have other priorities that are nearly or just as important. And number two, let's also understand that this is not the ESPN of 2005, where money is just dripping off, the ceiling, where money is just flaking off the paint. It's just everywhere. It is everywhere all the time and just increasing. They don't know what to do with it. Think of this. In ESPN's heyday, the cable situation in this country were that there were 113 million households with televisions in this country. This was 10 years ago when ESPN and other cable outlets reached the peak. This was right before digital. If we go back about 10 years, at the time that Rutgers and Maryland joined the Big Ten, and that was a big push from the Big Ten to grab those cable markets. So actually, the Big Ten made a misplay there, but it didn't cost them. They overemphasized, overvalued cable households and didn't see the future that was right around the corner. But it didn't cost the Big Ten. So let's understand, at its peak about 10 years ago, there were 113 million TV households in this country, with about 2.5 to 3 people per household. There you go. There you've got your 320 million people. ESPN, they surpassed 100 million households. So they had 90% of the households in this country at its peak about 10 years ago. Since then, I don't know what the latest numbers are, but I know that that's dipped below 100, below 90, into the 80s, maybe into the 70s. ESPN has lost like 25% of its market. Now, they've made up some of that through streaming, through subscription services. They've made up for a little bit of that, but they've basically lost a quarter of their money. And again, believe me, for working in the place, and I wasn't like in the accounting department somewhere or in sales where I didn't know what was going on from a television side. I was like in the nerve center there, working on the live productions. So understand that ESPN, as opposed to ESPN2, ESPNU, the SEC network, all that made 90+% of the money, the main ESPN network. So that is huge, enormous in terms of sales, that particular part of the network, ESPN itself, way over ESPN2, SEC, and the rest of them. And so a lot's been lost there. A ton of money has been lost. So the original point that I was going to make is that when ESPN was in its heyday, and I think this is still largely true, so whomever you pay your cable bill to, if you still have cable, if your cable bill is $140 a month, you are paying pennies to each one of those zillion networks that you get. Okay. And this is still largely true. I don't know what the current numbers are, but they've got to be close to this. But in ESPN's heyday, ESPN was receiving over $7 of that bill. And the closest network to ESPN at one point was CNN and a few others, TBS, TNT, at around 80 or 85 cents. That's how much ESPN was valued, and all the other channels that came along with it, all the other ESPN family of networks. That's how much ESPN was valued compared to everybody else on your cable system, that you were paying ESPN over $7 a month, and the next most was 80 or 85 cents. So that's where ESPN's coming from. So understand when you ask this question or make this point, that ESPN does not, it's not 2005 where they would be like, okay, we've got properties that are in trouble and they could possibly be moved to say, throw them $100 million to cover that, so we don't lose X, Y, and Z to the Big Ten, who plays only on Fox, CBS, and NBC. ESPN's losing money, losing tons of money, and they will have to live with the SEC being number 2 and still making a lot of money. They're not going to just make sure that the SEC is number 1. ESPN's not going to fork over hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. Stephen Light, thank you for the contribution. The truth is that most of those PAC schools really don't like football. They would prefer to have Olympic sports and support them via taxes. You make a good point there. In terms of liking football, that's, of course, a very general statement, but there's no question that the Pac-12 at one point here in the last 15 years made the decision, unlike all the other conferences, especially the Big Ten and especially the SEC, made the point that we are going to treat all these sports the same. And that was philosophically a dumb move. Because if you see the very, very major schools that excel in sports and excel financially. So, for example, this past season, Ohio State made the most money in football. Texas was number 2. What 2 universities carry the most sports? So they not only prioritize football, all the other sports benefit because they prioritize football, because they make all this money that they can say, you know what? We'll start a fencing team. It'll cost us $100,000, a couple $100,000 a year to do that. Big deal. Start a fencing team. That's why Ohio State's got like 45 sports. Not because they prioritized all those other sports, because they prioritized football. They can fund all those other sports. So in trying to prioritize other sports, Stephen, to your point, the Pac-12 screwed up. All right. Let's take a call. We got our buddy Will chiming in tonight. Will, what's going on?
What's up, Mark?
How are you?
So, I'm doing good. I just moved into my new apartment, so
Nice.
the call should be much better. Like the
Okay.
quality. I just
Are you
gotta
going
get
to
the
show it
table.
off to us some night?
Yeah, sure. I just gotta get the table and the Wi-Fi settled up. So
Very good.
But who do you think that Clemson fan? He kind of raised a question to me. Who do you think the SEC will go after? Do you think they will expand at all?
Yes.
Who would you think their targets would be if Florida State and Clemson also join the Big Ten?
Oh, if Clemson and Florida State are gone,
Mm-hmm.
I think those two have to be the SEC's two priorities.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I agree, but like I heard that rumor, and I'm like, oh, if it's true, what the heck the SEC is gonna do?
This is where the Big Ten has, and this advantage has not existed the entire time, but the way the landscape has changed, it's fallen into the Big Ten's lap to a certain extent, and we'll see how it plays out. And we all still have geography in our head, but could Washington and Oregon go to the SEC? I highly doubt it, but that would have been the stupidest thing that anybody could have uttered 5 years ago. But now, who knows if the SEC's they're not going to be desperate, but if they're like, we need 2 other football brands, yeah, come play with us. But those are the 2 reasonable ones that are worth so much more than anybody else on the board, that makes sense for them culturally, geographically. And, there are so many great ties. Clemson has obviously built up a lot of, I don't want to call them rivalries, but they've got a series with Alabama in the postseason. They've played Auburn a lot, Texas A&M, and they've really played Auburn more than I think a lot of people realize in the last 10 years or so.
Georgia as well. They did
And Georgia, obviously. Yes. Georgia. Yes. They've got a long history with Georgia. And then Florida State, the same thing. It's not like they've played SEC teams on a regular basis, albeit their main rival is, of course, in the SEC. So then they would be able to check that off as, okay, that's a conference game. Now that frees us up to do some more creative things with our non-conference schedule. We don't have to play Florida out of conference every year. Yeah, I think that the SEC, who knows what they're talking about right now. I would be fascinated and can't imagine that they're not thinking, we have to get Clemson and Florida State. Otherwise, this kind of gets out of control. And the Big Ten, they seem to be able to go in either direction.
Yeah. I mean, for the SEC, it just seems like they're more likely to stay in region, like unlike the Big Ten, the Big 12. So,
yeah, the Big Ten's done it in such a way that it is not in line with what the Big Ten was traditionally, but it's still, I guess, maybe I'm so used to it at this point. It's been 10 years out to the East Coast that USC and UCLA, again, there's been so much synergy and connection between the Big Ten and the Pac-12 that I know that initially struck all of us as strange, but now that it's been a year in our minds, there is some connection there in an odd way. They played, obviously, they were rivals in the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl's the granddaddy of them all, and that's the goal and destination and has been for 7 decades for Big Ten teams. And who did they mostly play? USC and UCLA, the home of UCLA. So there is a connection there between the Big Ten and those 2 schools.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see like which ACC teams they poach. Like I don't know. Like, do you think they might go into like one of the Virginia schools, UNC?
So I know that this isn't the direction that the conversation's going right now because it's focused on Florida State and Clemson. But in trying to merge academics with athletics and football in particular, if I were the Big Ten, I would need a lot of smart people to convince me otherwise. But my first thought, and I've said this a million times, would be Florida State and Miami. I would want to go take over Florida from a recruiting standpoint, from a market standpoint in Miami. Clemson, great football brand, better than the other 2 over the last 10 years, but that's somewhat short-lived. That might be tied to a particular head coach, as far as we know. Clemson when Dabo Swinney moves on to Alabama or just puts in for early retirement, who knows? Clemson might his What he established may endure, or it may not. They might be North Carolina in 5 years or 10 years after he moves on. They may be what they were in the 80s and 90s, which was a really good football program, but not anything close to what they are now.
Yeah.
And it's a good school, but it's not at the level of Miami and Florida State. Florida State actually has improved greatly as a school in the last couple of decades.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Like Miami seems more Big Ten, but I don't know if they could get both. That would be huge. It would be interesting to see like if any other like academic schools get any love from like if Rice would go to the SEC or something like that. But
Rice to the SEC.
well, I don't know, just as like a partner to Vandy. I don't know. I mean, maybe if they, I mean, they made a bowl, so maybe if they improve, I don't know.
Rice to the SEC. Boy, that's a new one on me.
I don't know. It's just a thought, but
Rice to
I
the
mean,
Big
they have
12.
to get better for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe down the road. But anyways, I don't know. Like I wanted to see the Pac-12 survive, but like I just don't understand how people can be so out of touch with something that big. The presidents, I don't know. It just makes me shake my head.
I don't either. And I try to check myself in making these criticisms to say, this is hard stuff. This is not easy. You're not just, trying to organize your closet. You're trying to organize like major stuff here, major facilities and money and budgets, and organize 12 different schools and chasing down these networks, and it's high level stuff. However, that's why they have those jobs, and they did really botch this up.
Like I don't know. I think the athletic director and the president should be talking about it like after every meeting. Okay, what's going on? What do we got to do next? But I just have a feeling that must have just not happened.
The other part of this that I don't understand, even though we went over it and over it and over it, was reading those 6 letters from San Diego State to the Mountain West. Because basically, we've had a great time. We wish you all the best. We're gone. And the first couple letters just confirmed that. We will, and then we would like an extension, And then all of a sudden, like they don't have an offer from the Pac-12, and they're hanging, they're hanging in the balance, and they're in limbo, and they're backpedaling and trying to get back into the conference. And I'm thinking, did the Pac-12 not? And even if it wasn't so, even if San Diego State, for whatever reason, miscommunicated with the Pac-12 and thought that they had received an offer when they didn't, why wouldn't the Pac-12 say, heck yeah, come on, we need you. Yes, we're not telling you that, but we need you. Why would the Pac-12 have turned down San Diego State?
Is it just like they think they're that much? Is it just like they're sipping their like cup of tea and they're like, "Ooh, they're so much below us."
Yes.
Like, is it just that?
Exactly. I know you felt that way, and it was justified in 2005, but we're not there anymore. You need them. You've got these 2 schools in Southern California. They no longer play for you. So you got this huge state, the biggest state in America, and you don't have anyone in the bottom 60% of the state, and there's this huge gap of population and territory, and you don't have any of it, but you've got a school that's, they actually play pretty good football against your schools.
Like I would immediately call Fresno
more than they beat you.
Yeah, I would immediately call Fresno and San Diego State. I mean, I know they think Fresno's even lower, but I mean, they would be doing not great, but they would be doing fine right now. No one would be talking about the media plan, and now that's all people talk about.
Yeah, and maybe Colorado would still be a member. Maybe.
Yeah,
it's possible. That just when all that came out and I read through those letters and I thought something happened, all that there was a miscommunication somewhere, or the Pac-12 just decided to dump them all of a sudden. It was just odd.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just hope all these schools can at least get into the Big 12. I mean, I have a feeling that Big 12 wouldn't turn the ones down. They can't get the Big 10 offer, but I don't know. Like, I just don't want to have to see them merge with the Mountain West. Well, I don't know. At the same time, like, I kind of want them to merge because I'm frustrated with all the presidents, so they kind of deserve it. But
how many teams are in the Mountain West? 12, correct?
I believe so.
I believe.
That makes sense.
I don't think they're at 14. They might be. I think they're at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. All this talk about the Pac-12 picking off some of their teams, they might be the lifeboat for Washington State and Oregon State, and maybe somebody else.
Yeah.
Although I think everybody else would be wanted by the Big 12.
I mean, definitely Utah, I would say.
Yes.
Would be wanted.
Yeah. I wouldn't think that Cal and Stanford would be crazy about joining the Big 12.
Yeah, I think they would be Big 10.
Yeah.
They would be like, hey, Big 10, let us in. All right. Well.
Right, Will.
Thanks for having me on, Mark.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I'm just shaking my head at these schools.
4 weeks to football.
Let's just get to football. Let's just get to this Notre Dame Navy game in Dublin.
Yes.
Let's get to that. All right. See you, Mark.
I'm right there with you, Will. Have a good night. Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football, but let's first celebrate our buddy Mick Muffin. Mick Muffin has become a YouTube member here at the Voice of College Football. Thank you so much for that, Mick. And hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. We'll get you the Discord link, because I don't know that I've got any other way to get you the Discord link otherwise, but we'll get that to you being a YouTube member here at the Voice of College Football. So we picked up 2 members tonight. Thank you so much for that. And we are only about 4 weeks away, not only from football, but from prediction time. So that's one of the big benefits there on both Patreon, and we will do our very best to make sure that we mirror all the benefits so you don't need to feel the pressure or otherwise to join both, either Patreon or YouTube membership. And before we take this call, we so much appreciate our buddy Neil. Neil, thank you so much for that. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that. And for the least I could do, Neil, it's been hiding here in the back for a long, long time. And I know that you're probably not anticipating the best of college football seasons with your Wolfpack this year. You had a good team there for a couple of years with Carson Strong at quarterback, but not a projection for a good season this fall. But let's give some love for the Wolfpack. We had our set designer come in. This usually takes hours to design. So we had our set designer come in this afternoon. I said, hey, we've got a huge, monumental Pac-12 oriented live stream here. So let's get us set up with our Pac-12 helmets. And yes, anybody who is wondering about helmets and additional helmets, we have not been taking helmets for about a year now, but be patient. Please be patient, and we will get ourselves settled and set up a new mailing address for the helmets so we can load this up. And who knows what our next set is going to look like. But Nevada, who do we knock out of here that you can see? Tennessee, of course. Let's get rid of them. Yeah, let's do that. Give you a nice placement right there. Is that good enough, Neil? Thank you so much for that contribution. Very nice of you. Long time no see, Mark. Have not caught a live stream in a long time. Well, make it on back. We appreciate you being here. Now that football season's almost here, you know where to come back to. And that's what the deal is with many of you. You stray toward working on the garden, working on the lawn, painting the house, watching the NBA, doing whatever you do, sightseeing, possibly hiking, a little bit of travel across the country, across the world, whatever you do, whatever you're into. And then when it's college football time, you come on back. We appreciate that. All right, we got Need More Cowbell here to talk some college football with us.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, what's going on tonight?
Thanks for having me on. I've got a completely out-of-the-box idea for you for an expansion candidate for a conference in need of adding members.
Are you sure they're outside the box? Because I wrote down 17 schools the other day. Just checking.
I'm pretty sure this is
Okay.
outside the box.
All right.
And the candidate is the University of Toronto.
Oh, yes, they're outside the box. You are correct.
Okay. Let's think about this for a minute.
Yes.
Who is Canada's baseball team?
The Toronto Blue Jays.
And that's the only team in Canada.
Yes.
They are Canada's team.
The Expos.
Right.
Went south.
Then the Raptors are Canada's team in basketball. You add the University of Toronto. First of all, they instantly become Canada's team in football.
Yeah.
They're the team that can recruit the entire country of Canada.
Okay.
Second, the GTA area in Toronto is bigger than Chicago in population.
Yep.
Half the people in Canada live within a few hours of Toronto.
Yep.
It's an easy market. It's a big market. If you wanted to invite Canada to big time football, you're not going to have a competitor for decades because Toronto is that much bigger than every other Canadian city. And they only have two real media companies. One is Rogers Communication.
Yep.
And I forget who the other one is.
The Rogers Center. Sure.
Yep. So it's you've got a partner to broadcast to the rest of Canada if you need to. I mean, again, we're talking about half the population of Canada lives within driving distance of Toronto. You have a whole new sponsorship opportunities because you have companies that know about American sports. They know about football. They are fanatical sports fans. Anybody with any knowledge of the Toronto Maple Leafs know that players sometimes don't even want to play for Toronto Maple Leafs because the media scrutiny and the fan pressure is that intense.
Yep.
They are nuts. When they adopt a team, they are nuts for that team. You don't have to share that market with anybody ever. And you get Canadians involved in all the other rivalries and all the other aspects of American football.
Yeah. So all the sports analogies that are running through my head are Toronto Blue Jays related because I used to be an enormous baseball fan. So, but I know nothing about the Maple Leafs and so forth, except for they're one of the original six.
Yeah.
Of course.
It is by far the richest team in the NFL.
Okay. They're the richest team in the what?
NHL.
Oh, in the NHL. Yeah. And they do have I can't think of the Canadian Football League. They've got a CFL team.
They've got a CFL, so they've got
obviously
stadiums, and they've got people that are regular involved in the sport.
So my two major questions / concerns would be involving, number one, travel, of course.
Okay.
So the obvious fit would be for the Big Ten.
Yep. You're within how far from Buffalo?
Yeah, so I don't have a
30 miles?
major concern about them being in the Big Ten. Shoot, they're drawing teams from LA, of course.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about them helping out, meaning the University of Toronto,
Right.
any other conference in America.
Right. Okay.
Are they?
Is it? Let me put it this way: if you had a choice between taking University of, and I don't want to be, mean about this, University of, consider any Mountain West school like Nevada
Wyoming,
or Idaho,
whoever,
or Toronto.
Okay.
Who would you take?
Well, based on your sales pitch and based on what I know, I couldn't discount any of that.
Right.
Toronto, yeah,
No, of course.
yeah, absolutely.
And if you're the Big Ten and you're playing the real estate game and you want a footprint in the Northwest and you want a footprint down in the South, why wouldn't you want a footprint in Canada?
Wow, that's pretty awesome. Okay, so that was my first concern, was thinking, okay, that's fine for the Big Ten, but they're not the conference that needs expansion. They're
Right.
just
Well,
now in an arms race with the SEC. I was thinking more survival. When you brought up, okay, I got a school outside the box, I was thinking for Pac-12 survival. Okay, but we're just talking expansion in general for anyone, and specifically the Big Ten. Okay, got it. Now, concern number 2, and I don't know the answer to this, would be any type of red tape issues because we're talking about a university outside the country.
Nope, they're part of all the major academic, like I was going to say, like AAU. They're a tremendous school. The work permits, the NHL and the NBA solved those a long time ago. It's not COVID anymore, so that's not really an issue. Toronto fans travel to see NFL games in Buffalo all the time. Sure. So that's not really an issue.
What the NIL exchange rate is, as is being posted here by Roger Dodger.
Yeah. Or let's see. I want to be sponsored by Air Canada. I want to be sponsored by Molson Brewery. These are rich companies. These are people that can put some serious NIL money into a program. And if I'm University of Toronto, man, to play major league sports in football, and maybe in the future, if that works out well, now you're looking at an NFL team.
No, I like it. I only had those 2 possible concerns, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't come up because it's worth somebody out there looking at the possible finances, because I know how rich the Maple Leafs are. I'm not sure the Raptors are owned by the same people as the Maple Leafs. I'm not sure about the Blue Jays, but I assume it is. I assume it would be also like a brewing company, something of that sort. But I mean, the NIL money coming out of Toronto. Toronto is just rich. It is stupid rich. And what do they have to spend their money on? They don't have an NFL. Don't have an NFL program. Hey, this is the next best thing.
Other concern came to mind, as Tony has posted here. The Toronto Varsity Blues would be awesome if they ever wanted it. Anyway, would be, where do the players come from?
Well, yeah, I mean, who's going to beat you to a Canadian kid?
Yeah, but did they play the caliber of football that is going to produce enough?
Michigan usually has, 2-3 players that play at Michigan.
I understand 2 or 3 players, but
but again, can they?
And I understand that's going to be another option for kids in Ohio, Wisconsin, Minnesota, wherever.
So, sure. Do the Toronto Maple Leafs have a problem getting players?
Yeah, but those are.
No.
Well, they don't need 105 of them.
Now that we moved to compensating players.
Yeah, but they also don't need 105 players.
Yeah, that's true.
I just don't know.
But do you think of all the minor league hockey players?
But they're not playing in Toronto. I'm just wondering about how many American student athletes that grew up in high school in America want to go to Toronto to play football.
Toronto is an awesome city, man.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that
Okay.
is
Well, I mean,
is realized by.
Is that different than Madison, Wisconsin?
But the perception may be that it is.
Yeah.
You're going outside the country.
Yep. You're going outside the country. Yep. And they spell things a little differently. I mean,
All right. Well, good stuff there.
all right. Well,
Well,
thanks for the opportunity, Mark.
absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the outside the box thinking. I enjoyed that.
All righty.
Thanks for the call. Call back anytime.
All righty. Bye-bye.
We will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football, and we've got our buddy Jeffrey showing up for some college football talk.
That was a really interesting discussion with Toronto and everything. I mean, yeah, Toronto is pretty cool, and they got some really good sports teams and junk. But yeah, to your point, Mark, I mean, it's like we're talking about college. I mean, those are all like professional. I mean, yes, you're getting NIL and everything, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I know that there would be some 17-year-olds that would be open-minded to say, yeah, I'm going to leave Pennsylvania to go play in another. And I know that it's not going to Siberia, but there is a mental part of that's I'm leaving the country. And what do we hear all the time about the families, the moms making the choices and having a strong influence over there when they think, oh, we have to leave the country to go see these games. I just think that there's a bit of a block there because they don't have enough football players. I don't care that every so often we hear about, oh, Michigan's got a Canadian player. Yeah, they don't have 105 of them every year that can play in the Big Ten.
Not really. I mean, you actually hear more like Canadian basketball players. You hear a lot of those, but not as many football for sure. I mean, some players go to like Australia or New Zealand to play basketball these days, which is crazy. And they skip college and then they go pro. So there's a lot more options now. But yeah, I agree with you. The perception is just not there. But still a really cool idea. But definitely for your title for this live stream, no deal for the pack. Yeah, I mean, all I know about the Pac-12 or the Pac-9 or the dead pack or whatever people are calling it now, all I know about the Pac-12 is that they waited way too long to do anything. They didn't do anything, and now they're trying to do something, and now they can't do anything. So it's bad.
And this is almost exclusively a stream. I don't know how much of the show that you've caught thus far, but this
I
is
haven't
almost
heard any of it.
Okay. So we had our double Tonys on here, Tony Altamore and Tony Siracusa. So we combed through this pretty severely and meticulously. So I'll just hit on some high points. We're talking about a almost exclusively streaming contract that also doesn't have an exact dollar value. So when we see these dollar values being reported, the Big Ten's going to be paid X number of dollars. Even if this deal was signed, the report would be the Pac-12 finally got a media rights deal with Apple. It's for 7 years for question mark, because we don't know, because it depends on how many subscriptions they get. Can you imagine going into college institutions? They budget years in advance and want to know exactly how much money they're going to make, not just.
I mean, I think like overall looking at like you have NBC, Fox, all these networks, they're on your streaming services, your Hulus and your Fubo TVs and all that kind of stuff that didn't exist, 10, 15 years ago. And I mean, they've moved to that stuff. So you can have it on cable, you can have it on these streaming services. So it's more stable, like to your point, to have a monetary value tied next to it. If you just exclusively go and say you're on Apple TV and you're not on like NBC or Fox or anything like that, that's not even secure at all, because like you said, you don't know how much it's even going to be worth. And the thing is, I don't want to say anything super negative about the Pac-12 because I hate this is happening to them, but it's like, are people really going to buy Apple TV to watch Stanford and Arizona State or something like that? I mean, it's just not, especially if Oregon, Washington leave. I mean, to the Big Ten, which I wanted to be on your stream the other night. It was like 1 a.m., so it's like super late. So I missed that one. But I mean, it's like I just don't really think it's not gonna sell. It's not gonna draw people. It's just too late. Unfortunately, the conference it's about gone. And adding San Diego State, adding SMU, Boise State, it's not going to fix it. It just is not going to fix this mess. That they've lost their brands, and they don't have really nothing going for them at all. And if you lose Oregon, you lose Washington, you lose Stanford and Cal somehow, Arizona State, Utah, whatever, it's over. I mean, there's not even going to be a conference left. You can add teams and still call it the Pac-12, whatever, but it's going to be like the Mountain West, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, all I know is I talked about the Pac-12 network and how that was, terrible because they didn't put it on anything like the Big Ten network, SEC network, ACC network, but there's just a lot of other problems that the Pac-12 just was not looking at, and I mean, it just seems like it's too late now.
We've got this comment coming in from Dabo Sweeney. Again, the fact-checked winning percentage correct. Thank you, Dabo. If Clemson stays, the ACC will make the 12-team college football playoff every season. Okay. If there's an ACC and they're involved as a power conference, Dabo, it doesn't matter if Clemson's there. The ACC champion will be playing in the college football playoff regardless. Anyway, winning college football playoffs is all we care here in Clemson. If ESPN would pay more, I'd rather stay.
I mean, here's the problem.
ESPN's not making up for that much money.
The problem is that try telling that to Oklahoma and Texas. I mean, they're going to the SEC because of the dollar bill. All these moves are being made because of the dollar bill. I mean, it makes the dollar bill sound more evil than ever, but it's the truth.
Here's the other part that never gets talked about, Jeffrey. I said this a few weeks ago, just one time, but I've not heard anybody else say this. Here's another part of this. Everybody looks at the ACC deal and just says the ACC is getting ripped off. Their teams are getting ripped off. They don't make enough money, and they're locked in this till 2036 unless somebody can find a loophole and they can get out of the grant of rights. Let's understand that is all true. They did make a bad deal. Their teams, their schools are worth, their better schools, worth more than that. But if the Big Ten schools, I'm just throwing out numbers, I know that it's close to this, are going to be bringing in like $90 million per school, and the ACC is at whatever, $32 million per school. Let's understand that people argue like this is just a bad deal, and like the ACC's teams will be making 90 million. No, the ACC's not worth 90 million per school.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's worth 90 million.
So we're talking like they just cut a bad deal and they just need to renegotiate, or if somebody comes to the rescue that they're going to dole out 90 million to every. No, we did a series with the TV ratings.
I remember some of those. Those were good.
Ohio State and Northwestern draw more views than any game in the ACC, except for like 2 games the entire season.
Yeah, not enough blowout every year, but it's Ohio State.
Not enough people are watching the games. Sure, they cut a bad deal, and their better teams could go off and do something better for themselves. But the entirety of the ACC, if what you're proposing there, Dabo, is for the conference to stay together, nobody's paying enough money to all the teams in the ACC to be competitive with the SEC and the Big Ten because they're not worth it.
The ACC, Big 12, and Pac-12, no matter what they do, are never going to be on par with the Big Ten and the SEC ever again. The only way that they could be is if they get some of these teams back, and they never will. So, I mean, it's over. There's nothing that they can possibly do. The only thing that you could do at this point is essentially combine, like the ACC, Big 12, Pac-12, and do like a mega conference or whatever. I mean, it wouldn't still be on par, but because all the teams, there'd be a lot of teams aren't very good, and it would drag like the value per school down. But I think that would, make it, I guess, at least more competent or formidable. But as is, I mean, that you wouldn't be having these rumors of Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, Washington going to the Big Ten if the ACC and the Pac-12 weren't in shambles, right? Especially the Pac-12. ACC is not too bad, but once they lose a team or two, it's going to start crumbling. And I mean, and this is what frustrates me so much is we talked before about the playoff. and how, again, they want every single conference represented in the playoff. But you're taking the best teams from these other conferences and putting them in the Big Ten and the SEC. You're making it where these other conferences are barely even going to have a team that's even worth being in the playoff. It just completely doesn't make, and boggles my mind, it doesn't make any sense. If you had the conferences the way they were before, then it would be worth it, but it's not. I mean, who from the Pac-12, if Oregon and Washington leaves, is going to be worth making the playoff?
Yeah. Can you imagine if the Pac-12 is able to stay together minus Oregon and Washington, then they pick up
Maybe Utah.
Fresno State and San Diego State and whoever? Yeah, Utah, like a bunch of 9-3 Utah teams are going to, and that's going to be like their only team that they're going to be hanging their entire destiny on.
And then the Big Ten, you're going to have Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, USC, UCLA, Wisconsin, Iowa, Oregon, Washington. If they add Clemson, Florida State, it's like, it's not even close. You're talking about one team versus like 9 that are better than probably Utah. I mean, at least financially, like, it just, I don't know. It's completely messed up. And I mean, Utah, they'll probably want to leave too. I mean, I don't know the Big 12 or what, but if they're, I mean, you could make an argument that they'll be like, well, we're the head of the Pac-12, we should stay, but I don't even know if it'd be worth it to them at that point.
Yeah. And it's only going to keep getting worse as they're making less money than everybody else in the two biggest conferences. And so they're going to have less money to pay coaches and spend on recruiting and do all those things and upgrade facilities and stadiums and pay NIL and all that stuff. They're going to, and when we look at these financial differences for 1 year, also, folks, keep in mind, extrapolate that out for a decade. When you're behind by $70 million in a year, that's $700 million in a decade. Like, you're just getting crushed.
Yeah, what just boggles my mind as well. All this stuff does, but you think about the Big Ten. If they got 20 teams and like 9 of them are great, or most years or whatever. Indiana, like, for example, the money's helping them out. They're building a new football facility thing. It's like, that's great, but somebody's got to lose. So it's like Indiana is still going to be at the bottom because all these other teams are better than them. Because I'm like, okay, you're adding Oregon, Washington, Clemson, Florida State. Indiana's going 0-4 against those teams almost every year. Maybe you'll find a way to beat Washington on a bad year, but it's like, yeah, Indiana's going to make upgrades, and try to, I guess you would say, get on the level more with some of these other schools using the money that they're getting and everything, because the Big Ten is getting all this money, but somebody still has to lose. And you're going to have like these really competent universities and football programs that are still going 3-9 in these super conferences because of the fact they just cannot compete with these other teams. It's so unbalanced. I mean, the order of things, you got to have good teams, you got to have bad teams. But I just feel like, especially the Big Ten, if they have these 4 teams, it's an overload of good teams. There's going to be too many good teams. And you're going to have like really good teams going 6-6.
Yeah.
It's broken.
Yeah, that can you imagine once we get to 20 and 24 teams being like 13th in the Big Ten, but you're a pretty good team. You're like Minnesota. You're like 13th you're in 13th place. We finished in 13th place.
Yeah, they're 6-6 and they're 3-6 in the conference, and then they play somebody from the Big 12 that went 6-6 and beat them by 40. I mean, it's like, because they're just so much better. But I mean, I don't know. All I know, I'm still gonna love football and everything. Love calling in, talking all this stuff, because I mean, I love college football, but this and college sports, because this affects basketball a lot too. But this is just bad. I mean, like, the more you look at it, there are so many flaws and problems with all this. It's just going to get more, extrapolated once it happens. You're just going to see it, and people are like, man, I miss it the way it was before. And I'm like, yeah, I said that before they made any moves. I was like, no.
I got to dig out all the hateful comments that I took when I produced a video a year ago at this time that had a 21 team Big Ten with Oregon, Washington, Cal, and Stanford, and Notre Dame joining the Big Ten, and I had 3 7-team divisions. You never know.
I mean, that would be better because, I mean, at least Indiana could possibly beat Cal and Stanford, right? But again, I'm not liking this Oregon, Washington, Florida State, Clemson thing. I mean,
You're
0-4
taking the
every
Indiana
year.
angle on all these moves.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think about it because, I mean, I'm like Tom Allen here. He's got a hard schedule this year. 2024 is not bad. 2025 is not looking good. But I mean, if he's still around 4 or 5 years, and if these teams are at it, it's just not looking good. I mean, Indiana's like it's gonna be hard for them to win 4 games.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It just doesn't sound good finishing in 19th place.
Yeah, 19th place out of like 21 teams, man. It's like they're in Indiana's probably like the 40th best team in the country. Because they got all this money, and like they're getting like 4-star, low 4 and high 3-star recruits. Tom Allen's finishing like top 30, top 40 in recruiting classes, but they're 19th in the conference. That just is not right. I mean, just say for instance, if this happens where they add Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, Washington, the Big Ten, do you think that the SEC will add Miami and stuff like that, something like that to counter? Because they're going to want to keep up.
So this is what fascinates me about this. If this Florida State Clemson to the Big Ten is true, and I said this a few minutes ago, probably before you jumped on, in this at this point, I could throw out scenarios that 3 years ago people would have laughed and said, "This is crazy." Like
Utah to the SEC.
Yes, Utah to the SEC, Washington and Oregon to the SEC. That seem crazy. And they are still. I don't see them happening, but the Big Ten seems to have this advantage. They've got this Pac-12 connection. The schools fit. They already have the USC and UCLA, so there's that draw. There's a lot of different reasons.
And the academics.
Stanford, Cal especially, but all of them, Washington too.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Big Ten can also go the other direction. The schools we're hearing rumored now, North Carolina, Virginia, very good fits for the Big Ten, all of that. Where the SEC, they've got to be thinking if there's any truth to what's going on right now, like we have to go get 2 out of 3 of Clemson, Florida State, and Miami, because we can't go anywhere else.
Yeah,
to move the needle, we could get Virginia Tech and Virginia, but no, not to compete.
Yeah, because I mean, I talked about it like the other day in my video. I was talking about it, and I'm like, Oregon, Washington, Florida State, Clemson are like 4 of the top 5, 6, 7 teams left. I mean, there's not many left. They're almost all gone.
Yeah.
All Notre Dame, and I mean the SEC. I mean, if the Big Ten adds these 4 teams, they're ahead of the SEC in money. I mean, it's over. Like the Big Ten is in first place. The SEC would be second. I mean, on the football field, Georgia and Alabama and all that, they're going to dominate stuff. But it's like financially and with like the media rights and everything, the Big Ten would be number 1. And the SEC has been number 1 for a long time. So I would think that, and this is only if the Big Ten does add those 4 teams, obviously, but I would think the SEC would do everything they possibly can to add like Miami or whatever, just to try to at least stay exactly the same. You don't want to fall behind. But I mean, if the Big Ten gets Oregon, Washington, and the SEC gets Clemson, Florida State, I would say that's about even, and probably the SEC still ahead. But if the Big Ten gets all 4 of these teams, then the Big Ten's ahead. Yeah,
there's only so many chess pieces left, and
then it's going to get really boring after that. There's going to be no more moves. We'll be talking about Idaho to the remaining pack or something like that. That's like the next major expansion.
Well, it trickles down. We've seen everything that's happened with Conference USA and the American Conference because they keep getting dumped on and teams taken out. So then the
American was the Power 6, and now it's not. It's like it's over. It was the rest in peace to the Power 6 ads. It was terrible.
they had their argument that had a little bit of weight for a while, but they've been ripped. Their 3 best football brands gone. But there are some other components out there that are decent ads but they're not going to move the needle. North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, whatever. But in terms of what we're talking about football, period. It's Florida State, Miami, Clemson on the east side of the country, and it's Washington, Oregon, Utah that are either near elite or have the potential to be elite. Obviously, Miami's nowhere near that, but have the potential.
I mean, because like North Carolina, they're a step below. They're not as good in football, but I mean, they're a team that, or a university that makes more sense in the Big Ten as well, because academically, it's all there. The basketball that you'd have like North Carolina playing UCLA, North Carolina playing Indiana in conference games. I mean, that would be a big deal. But I mean, if the Big Ten added North Carolina, they'd probably want to take Duke too, even though Duke's bad at football. Well, even though they're better now, but like prior to like a year or two ago, they were pretty bad. But their basketball is good. But yeah, I mean, the thing is the Big Ten just makes so much more sense for a lot of these remaining teams academically. The SEC, outside of Vanderbilt, just does not have a lot of academic institutions that are just, in the top tier of universities. I mean, just North Carolina, Duke, Oregon, Washington, all these teams make sense in the Big Ten, but the Big Ten can't add everybody. I don't think. I mean, I guess they technically could, but
let me grab these super chats here real quick, Jeffrey. So Stephen Light, thank you so much for the contribution. Clemson and Florida State have to get out before their lack of TV revenue crushes them. Sadly, the rest is history, BC, Pitt, etc. Yes, I feel bad for that. And when you came on, Jeffrey, and said, you want to get back to football and you would love to see the Pac survive and us to reverse time and all that, I completely agree. The moving parts are fun. I have fun messing around with possibilities and doing videos where I say, okay, what would happen if Florida State joined the Big Ten? And this is how they've done against the Big Ten throughout history. And I enjoy doing those kind of videos and talking about, okay, I would align the conference like this. But in reality, once they hit the field, I want the Pac-12 to be the Pac-12, and I want the Big Ten to be the Big. And I the only problem with that is obviously the SEC has been dominant, and I would want something to happen where these other conferences would step up and we would have a more competitive championship race. But I love this. Yeah, what's going to happen to Boston College, Pitt, and other? I don't want to throw them all together. I think Pitt's got a much better chance of.
Yeah, I was going to say like Pitt's actually decent.
Yeah, Wake has an issue, even though they're good in football. I think that's tied to a coach.
Yeah, Dave Clawson's really good.
Yeah, he's really good. But they've got a small enrollment. They don't make much money. They got a small brand. They're buried in the woods in North Carolina. Like, they don't bring anything to the table.
They're not the backwoods, though.
Wake. No, very highfalutin woods there. And the same thing with Oregon State and Washington State. And Oregon State's built such a nice football program and everything, but they just don't move the needle.
Even tore Reeser down and rebuilt it.
Yeah. So now this comment, okay, I expect so much better from this particular person. This is our guy, Larry Pilgrim. Okay. When people make narratives out of one game, okay, Larry, you are either kidding or you need to come on and we need to debate this. But
yeah, Indiana's better than Ohio State because they beat them in 1988.
Yes. This was in 2015. This was 7 years ago in Jim Harbaugh's first game at Michigan, and eventually 10-2 Michigan team lost to Utah. Yes, in Salt Lake City again, opening night, 8-4 Utah. Okay. We could go on and on with these examples.
Oregon beat Ohio State week 2.
Yes,
Ohio State's better.
Exactly. Is anybody claiming that Oregon's a better football program than Ohio State? Nobody in the universe. No. But they beat them fair and square. They also lost the national championship game to them 10 years earlier and lost a Rose Bowl 3 years before that. But yes, come on. Louisiana Monroe beat Alabama 15 years ago.
Yeah, and UAB, I think, didn't they beat LSU one time? And App State.
Troy beat LSU about 5 years ago.
I don't know if UAB did it like a long time ago, but yeah, then App State beat Michigan and Texas A&M. It's like we should invite App State to the SEC or the Big Ten so they can compete with the schools.
Yeah. Who did Florida lose? Florida's got a couple of these in the last 10 years.
I'm trying to think.
They've
They
got a
almost lost South
Georgia
Florida,
Southern. That's one of them. Georgia Southern and
who
somebody
ended Scott
else.
Frost's career at Nebraska, unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
I know it's not
Everyone's
the same
beating
thing,
them. Tennessee had one a couple of years ago on their first game of the season. Can't remember who that was.
Trying to remember.
And then they lost to BYU and they were 0-2. I think that was Jeremy Pruitt's first season. Can't remember who beat them in Knoxville. Somebody like that, like Georgia Southern.
Yeah, I remember that game because like Tennessee, it was awful. I mean, you had the whole stadium full, they're ready to go, and then you lose to a team like that. It was like, oh,
I'm gonna look this up. Jacksonville State took Auburn to overtime about 5 years ago, but Auburn won the game, but took them to overtime.
Florida State.
Oh, they beat Florida. There you go. Jacksonville State. Utah, this is not like some embarrassing result here.
I mean, Utah lost to Florida last year. Week 1. I mean, Utah was better, but it was in the swamp week 1. Anthony Richardson played like a Heisman candidate. So, I mean, it is what it is.
What other game was I thinking of? Auburn played a game 2 years ago where I think it was San Jose State.
That's it.
Outplayed them, and nobody else is going to remember this. This is just me being stupid and watching everything. But San Jose State was up by a touchdown, and they threw a ball out in the flat to a running back who was wide open. Like nobody's around him. They're at the Auburn 25. He's going to like walk into the end zone to go up 2 scores with like 3 minutes left. He drops the ball.
I remember that game.
Then they like miss a field goal and Auburn scores and wins the game.
I remember that game because it was unbelievable. Like, I mean, the Auburn fans, it was like they won the national championship. They were so excited they didn't lose. That was crazy.
Yes, here it is. 2019, Georgia State 38, Tennessee 30.
That's it. I remember
Georgia State.
So those little small Georgia schools, Georgia State, Georgia Southern, they can get it done.
Yeah, Florida's had a couple of these too. So absolutely. Our guy Jim McElwain blew one of these games.
That's crazy.
Yeah, let's see. I think we're coming up on it. Yeah, I don't know what year that was. Anyway.
Yeah, you'll remember it like right after you're not.
Yeah, I will. It was one of their 4-8 teams lost to somebody. But yeah, I shouldn't say this out loud because who knows? I can't imagine it happening. But if it happens to Louisiana, Monroe, Alabama, but Ohio State doesn't have one of those.
Yeah. I mean,
they don't have one of those. They've never lost to one of those teams. They've never lost to a MAC team.
They usually destroy them. I mean, they played like Tulsa or Akron or something like last year, won 77 to like 20 or something, or 10. I don't even remember.
Toledo.
Yeah, it was one of those.
I think Toledo won the MAC.
Yeah, that's dominance right there. I mean, not gonna lie, it's awesome. I remember that one game where Alabama was tied with, it was like 10-10 with the Citadel at the half.
Yeah.
That game. And then Alabama went like 50-10 in the second half. It was 10-10 at the half.
Yeah, Saban was going nuts.
Yeah, like everyone online was like, oh, Alabama's going to lose. I'm like, they're not going to lose.
and that was his big talking point for about a month because they had like
he's like we could lose, guys.
150 yards. Yeah, and he was just like piling on his rush defense because they gave up like 150 yards rushing in the first half or something. Did you see our rush defense?
It's like it's still better than like 65% of teams, man. It's not that bad, but you gotta have excellence. I mean, that's how you win. You gotta have excellence.
Great.
You gotta respect it.
Indiana almost lost to, and I'm not putting this in the category of all these other games because Indiana's got a run of these. That lower portion of the Big Ten,
Mhm.
Purdue's got some of those kind of games. Northwestern, shoot, they've made a history of it just in
Didn't
the last few
Purdue lose
years.
to Nevada or something?
Purdue lost to Nevada.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
the team that had
Mm.
the great little wide receiver. I can't think of his
Oh,
name.
Romeo
Rondell
Dobbs.
Moore.
That Romeo Dobbs was on Nevada and Rondell Moore was
Moore.
with Purdue. Yeah, that was a good game. Carson Strong, man. It's like Purdue. I remember coming to that year. I think they had some decent aspirations. I don't even remember what they finished that year. Yeah, they lost to Nevada. It was terrible. Indiana's gotten better of not losing lately to bad teams. I mean, they almost lost to Western Kentucky last year, but Austin Reed did lead the nation in passing yards. So, I mean, it wouldn't have been completely embarrassing. But Indiana did win.
Florida lost to Georgia Southern.
As
in
well,
2013.
Georgia Southern keeps doing it. Oh,
Yes.
man. Instead of App State being the team that upsets it right, it should be Georgia Southern.
I talked about this one the other
Ooh.
night.
They
And that was a
were
good
like a
Minnesota team.
34-point underdog.
That was a 9-4 Minnesota team.
They should have been 10-3. That's crazy. I remember that.
Look at this one. I know that Iowa lost to North Dakota State about 10 years ago. Northern Iowa, that sounds familiar as well. And of course, it's almost as embarrassing, winning 7-3 last year like Iowa did against North Dakota State without scoring a touchdown.
Funny. Two safeties and a field goal. I mean, that's just unbelievable that you actually win, like your defense. But didn't Washington, when they were ranked, lose to like Montana?
Yes.
Yeah, they lost to like Montana,
Connor
Washington, because
for
they were like
us.
24th in the country and they lost.
Yes, good job, Connor. Yes,
I didn't see the chat comment.
That was the Jimmy Lake team
Mhm.
that went 4-8, but they were ranked at the beginning of the season.
That game was disaster. I remember like the commentators, they were like, Washington, they got it. They got to come back. They're a good team. They're ranked 24th. They're gonna do it. And then they lost to Montana. I was watching that game. It was horrible. It's like no. And then Washington, and then obviously how that ended with Jimmy Lake was tough. But Kalen DeBoer's fixed them. Michael Penix. So Washington's good to go. But yeah, that was rough.
I don't think USC has a game like that. I might be wrong. I know they lost to Fresno State about 20 years ago, but Fresno State was, they were legit. They were pretty good. So Larry's showing up. Here we go. Larry.
Hey fellas, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Doing great.
How are you?
Hey, no shots at Utah are gonna go undefended. That's all I gotta say.
What was our shot at Utah, saying that they would finish like 9th in the Big Ten?
No, it was a 9-3 Utah. Ha ha ha! Can't compete, and that's when I was like, whoa.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no,
yes,
all in good fun, gentlemen. All in
fair
good
and square.
fun.
That game, fair and square. Yes,
and so
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't put my team on that high of a pedestal. We're still working.
No, the point, I think, Larry, was that we were basically saying take away Washington and Oregon from the Pac-12. Utah's the only good, consistently top team left in the Pac-12. How do you justify the conference in regards to the playoff?
It would be tough. That's for sure. I mean, I know the rules are set up as autonomous 5 at the moment. So,
yes.
But come voting block time, who knows what, because that's still on the table. So we could all say, well, they get a spot. They get a spot for what, 2 years if the conference survives. But beyond that, it's conjecture at this point.
I think that, you're going to get to the point where the camp of people that believe in you are what your record says you are, that's out the window now, because you're going to have like, if Utah, just say if Oregon, Washington are gone, you have like Utah wins the Pac-12 or whatever it's called at that point. And then you have like the next best team is like 9-3 or something, or 8-4, whatever team that is. If it was like Stanford. It just doesn't matter who it is. And then again, you've got like a Big Ten team in this 20-team super conference. You got like Minnesota at 6-6. And again, it's like, who's better? More than likely 6-6 Minnesota versus whatever team is behind Utah in an Oregon, Washington Pac-12. I mean, the records are not
it's all assumption though. I mean, and Mark agrees with me to a point. We can kind of say what we think, but until it's proven on the field. I remember like Clemson. Remember how we used to just clown Clemson because the ACC was so bad?
Mm-hmm.
And then they just went in and embarrassed Alabama. And I was like, whoa, like didn't they lose to didn't they lose one game that year? Or did they go undefeated? They had they lost to North Carolina, didn't they, or something? Or
yeah. So the Clemson team that beat Alabama in the national championship game in 2016 lost to Pitt.
Okay. Yeah, and they didn't beat Alabama.
And
they embarrassed Alabama. It wasn't even close.
Well, you're mixing up years. You're mixing up years here. So the 2016 Clemson team lost to the great running back James Conner, and that Pitt team. But the thing is that Clemson should have lost to North Carolina State. North Carolina State missed a chip field goal.
That's what it was.
30-yarder in overtime that would have ended the game. And then they beat North Carolina State. They also should have lost to Louisville and Lamar Jackson, but they pulled that game out. Anyway, they went on, and that was the team that nipped Alabama on the final play of the game to win the national championship. The Trevor Lawrence team was the undefeated team that annihilated Alabama 2 years later.
Right. And I remember that year, like they also didn't, even though they annihilated Alabama, they had a couple close ones.
Syracuse.
Yeah. And
I thought they lost that year, but no, it was the next year.
Yeah. And so we just assume, but yeah, like Utah, I mean, Utah's just, I mean, you go off the blue chip, if they were in the pack, say you lost Oregon, Washington, and they were doing really good, went 12-0.
Since Utah's been good, or at least in the Pac-12, do they have an embarrassing FCS or low group of 5 loss?
No, they lost to San Diego State with Charlie Brewer.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And that was actually I think that San Diego State team went to the Pac-12 championship.
The Mountain West Championship, yeah.
But they have not, all the FCS teams, which would be the local Utah ones, they've cremated them. Other than San Diego State, I can't really remember a group of 5 loss. I mean, you'd have to go back a ways.
Yeah,
as far as
they were a group of 5.
And now the other thing is they haven't got blown out. That's another thing is a team doesn't get blown out. At least they're competitive, if that makes sense. I think that goes a little ways.
Absolutely.
But if you put them in like the Big Ten with USC and all of those guys, I mean, 9-3 would be a hell of an accomplishment, in my opinion.
If you go 8-4 in that Big Ten, you're a really good team.
Yeah, and it's just like I said, it's really hard to tell. I mean, until they really play each other. We can just speculate what we think would happen. But I mean, I agree. It's going to get too heavy loaded and on two sides. I don't want to see super conferences. I mean, if we end up with 4, and there's some parity and there's some competition and there's some, some of the talent spread out through all 4 conferences, I'd be good. But I don't want an NFL light. I'll just go back to watching NFL.
Yeah.
I think, to your point, Larry, about Clemson, though, I mean, the problem is, like, not to discredit what Dabo did at Clemson, what he built, because he unbelievable job. But when he took over Clemson, yes, they were not very good, but the brands of the ACC declined. Florida State, fell off after 2013-ish after that, and then Miami has been dead on arrival since 2003. And it's like Clemson, you got Dabo Swinney, and he built it up. And it's like somebody has to be good. So like if Utah is the lone Pac-12 team left that stayed, if Oregon, Washington leave and they're good, Utah could keep building like, hey, we're the brand, come play for us. You're going to win every year, all that kind of stuff. It could happen, but the biggest thing that's been going against the ACC for so long is that Clemson's been the only good team, and every other team's been not great, and it hurts the conference. It
Yeah,
doesn't
the
make it
landscape.
competitive at all, and that's what the Pac-12 would have. Even if you had a really, really solid Utah team every year,
I don't think
the rest of the conference would be too weak.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get to that, Jeffrey. I don't see them staying in a conference without Oregon and
No, they're not.
Washington.
They'll go to the Big 12, or the SEC might even pick them up at that point. And to your point as well, I really would like it. I would like to. Me and Mark say all the time, the way it was in the '90s would be so much better. But I think that, like you said, if it was 4 super conferences, I wouldn't love it, but it'd be so much better. But I'm the more and more moves that are being made, it's becoming harder and harder to envision there being 4 super conferences. It looks like it's just going to be 2 if all these moves keep happening.
All right, guys. Boy, I was gonna wind this thing down, and we've got like 5 people on the line. They're stacking up here.
Sorry,
Okay,
Mark.
well-
I had a lot of fun talking to you, man.
No,
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
It's been great.
Thanks for calling, Larry. Appreciate
You bet,
it.
bud. You bet.
Jeffrey, have a good night.
You too, man. Hopefully the Pac-12 doesn't go away, but it's not looking good at all. But I had a lot of fun talking to you. I'll call in soon. Hopefully
Awesome.
talking about the preseason college football.
Absolutely, we will. All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Let me pick off these super chats coming in from Dabo. Big 12 would want Louisville. Pitt, who is VS? Anyway, Virginia Tech and Duke. That might be Virginia. VS. Anyway, Louisville, Pitt. Yeah, I think the Big 12 with their mindset under Brett Yormark, I think they just want territory and expansion. They're going to kill it with volume. And those are all good football products. And obviously the basketball at Duke is elite and Louisville has been elite. All right, we got Dan jumping in here to talk. Dan, what's going on tonight?
Thanks for having me on, Mark.
Absolutely. Good to have you here.
I got to come defend my Ducks over here. I just think it's crazy when people throw out the stipulation that the Ducks are going to join the Big Ten, but they're going to take less money than everybody else. We're going to come in at a lesser rate than some other folks. And do people not remember the last 15 to 20 years of the Pac-12? Because you guys got USC and you're clamoring like it's the next greatest thing ever. And they haven't had anything in the Pac-12 for those last
you're
years.
Completely right. You are completely right about what's happened on the field, but that doesn't always add up to the brand. Who's been a better football program the last 10 years, Notre Dame or Oregon? Oregon, the last 10 or 15 years. But Notre Dame's going to command more money. It's just
Notre Dame. Them coming to your school is a good thing. You got a lot of away people coming. It's great. How long is that going to last for the LA programs? I got 2 pro football teams now. And on the West Coast, it seems like nobody wants to show up for nothing. Yet you look at the spring game over at Oregon, that was a full arena or full stadium there. 40,000 plus people showed up for that.
You are completely right. You're completely right on all these counts. The problem is that 99% of the money is made outside of the stadium. It's not made at the stadium.
Since Reggie Bush, I don't see a relevant USC, So since that time, I don't see it. And then all this news about Colorado's leaving, the Pac's dead. The worst team in the Pac-12 is gone. The worst team. You got Prime now. Sweet. I can't wait to go to the game, but I get perception and all this stuff, but the whole us taking less money, name 4 teams in the Big Ten that would deserve more money in Oregon. There's
Ohio
3.
State, Michigan, Penn State.
Yep, that's it.
Hang on. Well, you have to understand, USC's in the conference now.
What have they won?
Again, you're confusing supply and demand with winning on the field, and there is a connection, but it isn't. Do you know what football program made the second most amount of money in college football last year. Ohio State was number 1. Do you know who was number 2?
No.
Texas. What have they won in the last
They
10 or 12
win
years?
the
Nothing.
Texas is back every year. The
But
media
they made the
hypes them
second
up.
most amount of money. So I get your
Yep.
point. Oregon's a tremendous brand, and people watch Oregon. I'm not saying we're
Yep.
talking about, like, an extreme example would be like when Cincinnati's really good. Like, they're really good, but nobody watches, and they don't bring much money or TV eyeballs to the TVs. That's not Oregon at all. They have a tremendous following and everything, but don't be surprised if they have to take a smaller cut.
That's outrageous to me. I say go on a bidding war. SEC
Bidding
makes
war
no
with who?
freaking sense.
Oh, between the SEC and the Big Ten?
Yeah, it makes no
You gotta
sense. But
realize
do
neither
it.
one of
Don't
them
take some
need
left to take.
Oregon.
What's that?
But you got to understand the Big Ten's in a position of power. They don't
Yep.
need Oregon. It would be nice, but they don't need them.
Did they need UCLA?
Well, they
They-
came along with USC.
They got like 3,000 people showing up to
But the
games.
Pac-12 is dissolving, and Oregon needs to find a landing spot. So the Big 12 or the Big 10 has all the leverage.
And
That's the
until they move on from the top 6 teams, get into the playoff, they don't need to leave the pack. They're getting in the playoff. Them, Utah, somebody's getting in there.
True, somebody's going to get there, but if there is no pack left and they're not making any money playing in the pack under a new media rights deal, they don't want that.
Don't get me wrong. I love Oregon. I love the rivalry they have with Oregon State.
Yep.
I would love to see that keep going. Larry Scott, George, I'm not impressed at all. Not at all. I don't know how you haven't backfilled the conference since what's been going on. But I can't speak on the conference, though. I can only speak on Oregon and the backing they got with Phil Knight, the backing they got with the fans, and like people downplay these rural programs that really they'll travel from. I don't know, that guy who called in from Toronto talking about all of Canada will show up. He made so much sense. People drive from 3, 4, 5 hours away to go to Oregon games. And it's all we got. There's no pro team. There's no football team. We ain't got the Blazers up there. That's
Absolutely.
it. There's no baseball. So people flock to Eugene for this type of stuff.
Again,
And
there's less concern about how many people show up at the stadium than there is how many people watch. That's where the money's made. How many people watch at home? There's a lot of money made at the stadium. Make no mistake about it. If you're selling tickets for $80 per shot and you got 80,000 people there, just do the math. That's a lot of money. But the majority of this is about television. This is about media rights.
yeah, in my opinion, out of the 12, Oregon was the most valuable out of the last 20 years. Easy.
Out of what 12? Oh,
USC, count them. Oregon, Phil Knight, Nike, like that's all
okay,
there.
Okay, what was the number 1 rated television game in the Pac-12 this past season?
Oregon versus somebody.
No, USC and UCLA.
I
The
can
highest
show
rated
you
television game this past season.
8 UCLA games where there's like 5,000 people there. They've got so few people showing up to their games. They have to have banners in all the end zones to block the no
that.
seat.
And that doesn't look good. But
No.
do you know who deemed them valuable enough to give them a full share to play in their conference?
Whoever the AD at Ohio State was, he
The
made
Big
that
Ten.
deal. We know that.
So, Dan, you make a whole lot of sense based on a lot of things that should add up. But again, it's a supply and demand. I was trying to explain supply and demand to somebody the other day that they were trying to there was a running back discussion on social media in the NFL, and people just think, well, running backs get beat up, therefore they deserve a certain amount of money. No, they don't. They deserve whatever the supply and demand dictates. They don't get paid because they get injured more than other players. They get paid because they are valuable, or they're deemed not as valuable because other running backs can fill the same role for less money. Again, understand this, Dan. What if the Big Ten comes to Oregon and Washington and says, we're going to give you 60 million instead of what everybody else is getting, 85 million? Do you not think that Oregon would take 60 million and you would be insulted, and certain people at Oregon and the administration, I'm sure, would grumble behind closed doors and say, Indiana's getting 85 million and we're getting 60 million and nobody's going to watch their games? But while you stay in the Pac-12 and get 22 million. So do you want 60 million or do you want 22 million? And are you going to grumble about the 85 million that you should get?
That's a good point. Let's
Big
put
Ten's
some
just
incentivizers in there. We make playoff. We get some bonuses. Whatever. I'm down for
there
that.
could be part of that. It could be so that's the next good point, is that there could be incentive there. They could make this incentive laden to say, if you make money for our conference and go to the playoff, well, if I read numbers a couple of weeks ago, but I forget them now, so we'll just make up numbers. You made $18 million for our conference. Well, you get to keep 9 of it, and we'll split the other 9 between the other 13 teams, or whatever it's going to be, 17 teams. Yeah, there could be incentives to that. That's what Florida State's trying to work out right now. Unfortunately for them, there's not enough money that even if they get a bump for making the playoffs, it still doesn't matter much.
Yeah. What else was I going to touch on? What do you think that picture was with the Buckeye and the Duck? Are we rescheduling the game that you guys we didn't play during COVID? You guys never came to Austin.
What picture?
It was the Buckeye and the Duck are in the end zone sitting there or something,
Okay.
and it's supposed to mean something. And a lot of people think maybe that they just rescheduled the game, that you guys didn't come to Autzen because COVID.
I don't know what picture you're talking about. Who posted the picture? That has a lot to do with it.
It's supposed to be some official Ohio State program. I don't know the full backstory.
Well, the further we get into, I'm not saying that this is AI related, but all this fake photos and all sorts of things, we all have to realize that we're going to get faked out by all sorts of things. But that could be a precursor. That could be we're giving you a little hint that Oregon's coming to the Big Ten, or that this game's going to get rescheduled. Washington and Ohio State were scheduled for a home and home series in a couple of years, and that got canceled. That might have gotten canceled because they're working on Washington coming to the Big Ten, and they're going to play anyway.
And somebody unscheduled UCLA and ended up,
Michigan.
it might have been Michigan, and they had the worst out of conference schedule ever. It was terrible. I don't know. People downplay the rural areas, downplaying Oregon. It's just, it's
Nobody's
nonsense.
downplaying Oregon, Dan.
He's over there. I don't know. I hear it. I hear it.
Oregon is a top 10 or 15 program right this second, right now. And all time more like a top 25 program.
Since 2009, they've been up there. And I just, USC, you guys are pulling in teams that never represented the Pac-12 in the playoff. They've never been there since this modern era that we're talking about.
Okay, Oregon's been there once. Let's not overstate it now. We're not exactly saying
who's
Clemson
got
here.
Playoff wins. Oregon's got one. Oklahoma ain't got one. No Big 12 team's got one.
Hang on. That you're speaking facts, but understand, just because a team magically gets a playoff win doesn't mean, this doesn't mean because TCU won a playoff game last year that they're suddenly like an elite brand because they won a playoff game one time.
I think TCU's been on the rise the last 20 years also.
Well, I understand they've been on the rise.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about elite programs. And I'm sorry that Oregon is not USC. You're arguing what's happened on the field in the last 10 years, and you're completely right, Dan. You are completely right. There's no comparison between what Oregon's accomplished coming within a last-second field goal of winning the national championship in 2010, having a run of teams under Chip Kelly that were 33-3 in the Pac-12, 46-7 overall, finished in the top 5 season after season after season after season, had great battles with Stanford, owned the Pac-12, then get to another championship game in 2014, and then Mario Cristobal comes in, gets them back to another good place. They win a Rose Bowl. They had a really good season last year, finished in the top 10 or 12 in the country. Yes. And USC's done basically, they won a Rose Bowl 2016. And the next season they won the Pac-12 championship. And they had a couple other okay teams. Yeah, there's no comparison between what the two have done since Pete Carroll left. You're absolutely right. But you have to understand that even during that same exact time frame, Texas has done nothing. They've done less than USC. They've been much worse than USC. They've got a much worse record since 2009 than USC, but Texas is still Texas. They still have money, facilities, resources, fans, all that.
Some of that is the media manipulation, because you got Big 12 teams that were going to the Big 12 championship playing on ESPN Plus because they're just not the marquee name out there. You had great games that had happened in the past that just because the media doesn't deem them worthy, they don't get on TV. And it's nonsense. You think LA is a huge market, maybe for NFL. You got so many pro teams now that you won't think that do
you understand outside of maybe some political agenda that's out there these days? I'm not going to go into that. Put that aside. When it comes to sports, the TV executives put the games on that will draw the most people because they want to make the most money.
But at the end of the year, the top 25 teams are the ones that should be getting on TV, not Texas and USC when they're running 4-8 and whatnot out there.
Yeah, well, see, in your world, Dan, people like teachers would make more money than like TikTok celebrities because they're worth more to society. But that's not the way the world works. It's about supply and demand. And if Texas is going to play a football game and more people are going to watch it, then Boise State could be 10 times better than Texas in any given year. But they're going to be playing on ESPN2 at 10 o'clock at night because that's just the way the world works.
It's terrible. You know it. You know it ain't.
All right, Dan, I got to move on. But I appreciate you calling. Call back anytime and we can talk Oregon football.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Dan. All right. Good call from Dan. He makes total sense. In the perfect world. My mom used to tell me this all the time. She couldn't believe it. She's like, why do these athletes make so much money? What do they do? And I would have to explain to Mom, you're right. You are right. Plumbers, electricians, teachers, all these other people are so far more important to society. If we didn't have plumbers, electricians, teachers, and we could name a number of other industries, we'd be living in like a third world right now. We'd be, drinking out of muddy ponds. We'd be living in like Ethiopian conditions. However, that's not the way the system's been set up. There could be somebody on some other YouTube channel right now that is doing so much more good for people than I could ever do by saying whatever they're saying or teaching people to do whatever. But if there's 8 people watching them, then there's just 8 people watching them. Or there could be some knucklehead who sucks at whatever he's doing or is a moron or doesn't know what he's talking about, but 10,000 people are watching him and only 300 or 400 people are watching me. Does that mean he knows more than I do or he's better than I am? No, but for whatever reason, they're watching him. So he can supply and demand more money for a sponsorship or whatever. YouTube's going to pay him more for the video or the live stream than they're going to pay me. It's just the way it works. So that's the way it works with Oregon football. But Oregon, again, if the teams in the Big Ten make $85 million and Oregon can stay in the Pac-12 and make $22 million, but the Big Ten says, we want to offer you a entry into the Big Ten, but you're going to make $65 million. You don't think Oregon's going to take that and be insulted, but still make 3 times as much money? Okay, we got Colvarks here. Colvarks, what's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. What's on your mind?
So, I just wanted to hop on here real quick. I know this is something I brought up a long time ago. So, we're talking about like 16, 18, 20, 22, 24 team conferences, right? All even numbers. I just wanted to bring up a point. I think there's something to be said about a 17 team conference. And I know that sounds weird on the surface, but in my mind, I think what's most important is that you play everyone in your conference on a routine basis, and you prioritize playing your rivals as often as possible. Take, in the Big Ten, take like Michigan.
Do you want me to explain? And Colvarks, I appreciate it, and you're definitely going to get your say, but do you want me to explain before you get done why that number is not going to dictate anything, or do you want me to explain after?
Well, could I just,
Sure.
give my reasoning? I'm sure
Give your plan.
Like this is just, me. It could be like the last caller in a perfect world, right? But I'm just, spouting off my stuff, right? So I'm thinking, if you've got 17 teams, you don't include yourself in scheduling, obviously, so you got 16. You play 2 every year, and the other 14, you do 7 on, 7 off. Like, it works. Take a team like Michigan for football. Their biggest rivals, Michigan State and Ohio State. You plug them in as their rivals, and you rotate everybody else out. And so, that's, like, we're going to these huge conferences. That's how I personally handle it, which, I've got no authority, and I don't think it'll ever happen. I just thought it was an interesting talking point. But I also think, in terms, I don't follow a ton of basketball, right? But I'm thinking, like, if you look at basketball, I think they play, 20 conference games. And I know this is a football channel, but if they play 20 conference games, right, you could have 4 teams you play twice in a year, and the other 16 you play once. And then in a 4-year career, you'd play every single team 5 times. And so that's just my idea.
So your idea is awesome, Colvarks. I truly mean that. And between you and Dan and other people out there, you guys are really good at not just math, but good at organization and structure. But none of this speaks to money.
Well,
So it doesn't matter if you land on 17, 14, shoot, people, anytime, like I produced a video a year ago where there was a 21 team Big Ten, and about half the people that commented thought this wasn't going to happen because, well, there's 21 teams. You're not going to have 21 teams in a cup. That's an odd number. Well, really? Well, there was 11 teams in the Big Ten from 1993 to 2014.
Well, my Cornhuskers changed that.
Yes. So everything that you said makes total sense from a structural standpoint. However, we're not playing flag football or a paper football league or organizing anything that doesn't involve reality and people and money. And what that comes down to is that these conferences assess who can add value to us. And if they can add value, then we will add them. If they can't add value, we will not add them.
Yeah, I totally agree. When I think like the Big Ten, though, if you add a team if you add Oregon and Washington, let's say, you're not going to give them until the next media deal a full cut. But if you add one team, I don't know the whole logistics, but it could be easier to negotiate that. Like Colorado, they're getting a full cut of the Big 12 salary or payout. And so, you could add a team like Notre Dame, or you could have your pick. You can pick Oregon or Washington, maybe add the next one in a later cycle. It's just an idea of how they could structure things. And also, I feel like if the conferences get too big, I don't know if some of these TV deals are going to compensate for that. Like, is there a limit to where
Oh, absolutely.
Fox and ESPN are like,
oh, absolutely.
you got 24 teams, we're not going to pay for each one to
Yeah.
have $100 million.
Yeah, there's only so many time slots to play games and to show them on television, for
Yep.
one thing. And there's only so many games that we can all watch at the same time, and we're not going to be DVRing and watching 8 games at the same time and all that. Yeah, there's a threshold. There's a tipping point to all that. There's a place of diminishing returns. Absolutely, there is.
Mm-hmm. So I just think, 17, it's a number where you can still play everybody. I think 16 works. I mean, we're seeing, the Big Ten's got it pretty well set, the SEC does. I think if you add one more, it could set a conference up really nicely, but that's just my 2 cents. I know you got a lot of other people on here, but...
Well, Cole Varks, it is always great to hear from you because you always make a whole lot of sense, and you are definitely a intelligent guy. So we always appreciate hearing from you.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks so
Have
much.
a good night.
Have a good night.
You too. Before we move on to this next call, we're going to catch these super chats. Plus, I just posted something in the chat that's very important. See, I get on here and start talking football with all of you and forget all the important things that I need to pass along. Like we got an Amazon link. That's extremely important. The Amazon link's in the description section of all the videos. So here's the deal. I am not asking you to shop on Amazon. I could care less if you shop on Amazon. I would actually tell you if you can avoid shopping on Amazon, do it. Because you can shop at the mom and pop's place down the street and give them some local money. That'd be tremendous. However, I know, just like we were talking about with the last couple of callers, I know what reality is. And the reality is because of convenience and because it's ingrained in your head, you will be shopping at Amazon. When you do, use the Amazon link that we provide in the description section of all the videos, every video we post. And I know that you're racking up millions of views for us by watching all the videos. For some reason, recently, all of you people are just joining us for live streams to talk about realignment, but not watching our great videos. But anyway, that's fine. But in the description section of all the videos, it says Amazon in caps. Grab the link right next to it. Put it somewhere where you will not forget it and shop on Amazon using that link. And the reason I keep saying this is because every month I get a deposit from Amazon that always totals something between like $18 and $21. I think it's spiked to $23 this month. So if I keep emphasizing this, one day I hope to make $30 a month on the Amazon link. So that's what we're going to do. All right. A few other things going on. I dropped a link in the chat and now my internet's failing me. What happened to that? So we dropped a link in the chat. I think we did. My screen's blank now, to let you know that we've got a survey that we would like for you to participate in that basically is just going to help us be better. That's what it all comes down to. And now it's happened so long ago, I don't even know where I posted that. Yep, it's there. Go back about 2 minutes. And we just want your feedback on some things. So you answer a little survey for us, and we appreciate that. So the link's right there. Please fill out the survey. It will help us here at the Voice of College Football. All right. Boise State is 3-0 in Fiesta Bowls, all in the last 20 years. Yes, they won the Statue of Liberty play against Oklahoma 43-42. They defeated Arizona. I forget the final score. It was like, anyway, 36-20. It wasn't that close. They defeated Arizona in 2014. And their other win was against TCU. when they were both group of 5 programs. So those are the 3-0, as Dabo is giving some love to Boise State now. All right, now we move it on to Steven, who says, sorry, the thinking is too short term. I think he's talking about Oregon. Okay, great team. But if they are $30 million plus short every year, they are going to die. Exactly. So they're going to accept less money compared to everybody else in the Big Ten, but a lot more money than they would staying in the Pac-12. Dabo coming back here. The pictures were on Brutus's official Twitter page. Wow. I do not follow Brutus on Twitter. I've got a hard and fast rule that I don't follow anybody on Twitter who doesn't follow me, unless their name's Elvis Presley. And I don't think he runs his Twitter account anymore. All right. He's the only one I follow on Twitter, I believe. There might be a couple other ones. We're getting way too, we're trying to shut down here. We've got folks jumping on here. These are going to be rapid fire now. Michigan, Jason, I did get your email. I hope you're still here. Got your email. I will respond to it. Thank you so much, Michigan, Jason. Thank you. I will respond to your email. I've been running around like Slap Happy. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Slap Happy has become the master of the super sticker. Thank you for that, Slap Happy. Okay, let's run them down here. We got Ben joining us here at the Voice of College Football.
Hey, Mark. Sorry about yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
Yesterday, I left my Steam yard on when I was talking with Corey.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember what happened. We tried to get you a couple times.
Yeah, and I wasn't even there. I was like, oh, I left my Steam yard on, and John was telling me, yeah, Mark got you twice. One thing, quickly, I seen 2 teams that weren't Power 5 teams that Ohio State's lost to.
Hang on. Let me catch them. Let's see. Who'd they lose to?
I'll give you a year. How about if I give you a year? It was a while back.
A year.
1990. There was not a Power 5 team.
They lost to Air Force in the Liberty Bowl, 24-11.
Yeah,
they were.
And then the last one, the next one I found, it went back to 1950, and I don't think you'll get it.
We got to go back to 1950. I'm not going to remember. That was the famous year of the Snow Bowl, of course, but I don't remember who they lost in 1950.
Oh, let's see. And it's an American Conference team, so.
Oh, well, they probably lost to what? Tulane?
No, they've actually played them quite a few. They used to play them quite a bit, it seems like. One more guess?
Navy. No, they have never lost to Navy. SMU.
Yep, there you go. Got it.
They also almost lost to SMU in the 70s, and they tied SMU in 1978.
Yeah, I think it was 1978.
Yes.
Yep. Mark, look at wow.
Right?
What's that?
35 all.
Yep, that's it. Mark, you are
Thank you,
sharp.
everyone. Thank you.
Wow, that's impressed. That impressed me, Mark. Wow. Okay.
Well, what do you got for us tonight, Ben?
I wanted to ask you something because I don't get to talk to a lot of press members that ask questions to these coaches and things that, and I'm wondering what goes through the minds of some of these people when, yes, I am a Michigan fan, go blue. But anyways, I wonder what goes through the minds of some of you folks when you ask, say, a coach like Jim Harbaugh a question. And what I want to ask you is, what were you thinking when you asked, like, what made you ask Jim that question when you asked him on media days about what his confidence level was about beating Ohio State? To me, I've been telling everybody you were trying to fuel. I've been telling everybody you're just trying to fuel Ohio State locker room. Trying to get Harbaugh to say something to help your Buckeyes.
Well, understand something, that for as much as I would love to have a couple people on staff and to produce some kind of show that we worked on for a few hours and then to come on here and do all that, for as much as I would like to have the time to do all that, we don't, number one. Number two, I don't prepare anything. Like, Now, sometimes if there's a certain topic, sure, I'll sit down for like 20 minutes and look up a few things and jot them down. But I generally just click live and I start talking. So I take the same approach to like going to Big Ten Media Days. Like I didn't sit and think, what am I going to ask all these guys and think the night before I'm going to write it down? No, like when Ryan Day was at the podium, I'm thinking, well, the Big Ten networks, I will admit to self-promotion. We need promotion. So I need to get on the Big Ten network. So I got to ask Ryan Day a question. So, okay, I'm going to raise my hand and I'll think of a question by the time they get over here. Okay. Same thing. James Franklin. I'm going to ask him a question. What am I going to ask him? I don't know. So Jim Harbaugh, that was a side session. So it wasn't like I was on TV, but I'm sure somebody included it. And so it just struck me out of nowhere. And I just thought, this guy was sitting here 2 years ago and he was saying that, and we were all thinking, well, Ohio State kills you every year. It could be 10 years from now. That was the mindset just a couple of years ago. Like hardly anyone foresaw what was about to happen. So it just struck me. No, I was not. I thought it would be interesting to see if he would be honest and say, well, I just didn't. He's not going to be honest because he doesn't have to be honest. He doesn't have to. Maybe he said that thinking, shoot, who knows when we're going to beat them. But they got it done. So he was actually honest in his assessment to say, I don't have to tell you because we did it.
Well, didn't he say, I thought the question before that was about the natty or bust.
Oh yeah.
And Harbaugh was saying
he doesn't even know what that means.
So what does that mean? What does bust mean? Yeah, what does it mean to bust? I mean, and to me the point I was like, it was like, what's bust? Losing a game, losing 2 games? That's still pretty good, know.
Yeah. Well, I'm only telling half truth to. Yeah, I hate those kind of cliches, but I get it. Basically, it's that only a championship season is a success.
Successful. Yeah.
If you're at Minnesota, it's not national championship or bust. If they go 9-3, everybody's going to jump up and down. But there at Michigan, because of the way they've led up to a national championship type season, I think for a number of reasons, because of the number of veteran players on the team, because they've taken all these steps to get close, that they've already beaten Ohio State, won the Big Ten championship, gotten to the playoffs 2 years in a row, that yes, that anything less than a championship is going to be disappointing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I thought like I had to listen to it again to hear what actually you asked, because he started cutting you off when he was like, that did mean something. When he said that, I was like, what did Mark say at that? I was like, that was Mark. What did he say? I was like, that did mean something. You could
I'll have to listen to that. You can actually tell it was me.
Yeah, I could tell it was you. I was like, oh, that's Mark. So yeah, it was nice. But anyways, that's one thing I've been meaning to ask you, and I wanted to shoot out a couple quick things that I was just looking for the Ohio State, and I can let somebody else get on. I'll catch up with you about some other topics that I want to talk about in the future. So
yeah, we're going to be here a lot. It's football season.
Yeah, can you smell it? I can.
Yeah, I can. My schedule can smell it too. All right, Ben. Thanks a lot.
Right. Catch you later, Mark.
All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We got 3 more calls, and 2 are coming from also ran teams in the Big Ten East that have no chance whatsoever. One is coming from a true Big Ten championship contender out of the East, and that would be, of course, McD and Maryland.
There we go, Mark. I thought I had to give you a verbal lashing for that comment, but you saved yourself.
We're going to have to lower our expectations and our standards the final 2 calls after you. But the Mighty Terps are in the building right now.
Absolutely. 2 points, Mark. I know you want to get out of here and it's late, but 2 points. One, the Pac-12 is done. The Pac, and I said that once USC. I remember calling your show saying that once USC and UCLA left, I said the Pac-12 is over. The Pac-12 is done. It will be dismantled by 2025.
Yep.
And according to the deal that got rumored that George Kliavkoff showed to the Pac-12 presidents, I expect that prediction to become true. The rumor is it's all Apple and it's all streaming. I can tell you right now, Mark, I am not getting Apple to watch maybe 2 or 3 top 25 matchups each year. So I think the Pac-12 is done. I expect Arizona to leave for the Big 12 by the end of the week. I think Arizona State and Utah will follow them. I think Oregon, Washington,
By the end of the
Stanford, and
week.
yeah,
Okay.
I think Arizona will announce their intention of joining the Big 12 by the end of the week.
Okay. Ever since we identified you, obviously, you are my longstanding Maryland guy. The only thing that's been going through my mind since you called is don't you have access to or friends, family that are also Maryland fans that you should be adding here? You've been calling for how long, McD? You've been a
I gave you
viewer
a
here for a
few.
long time.
Yeah.
You're one of our longest running active members here at the Voice of College Football. No other Terps fans that you can bring on board here?
I could bring on a few. I'll be honest with you, Mark. My family doesn't really care for college football outside of me.
Okay.
But I have a few friends. I had one of my friends call you before. Probably like a year ago. I'll bring him back on.
This is a call out to everybody watching. If you've got college football friends, family,
yeah,
bring them our way.
He's an Auburn fan though.
He's an Auburn. That's fine.
So, but no,
Absolutely.
I'm kind of the only standalone Terps fan.
Okay. All right.
But,
so the Pac-12 is the Pac, whatever they are. It doesn't matter. It's the name. The number has to be changed every day. You say it's done by the next week. Okay. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for Oregon State and Washington State because it looks like they're going to be left out high and dry to the Mountain West most likely. But I think it's done. And I don't think it's all George Kliavkoff's fault per se. I think Larry Scott deserves the lion's share of this blame as well. But I mean, when you hire back-to-back commissioners that don't know what they're doing, I mean, that's the best way I could put it. Don't know what they're doing. I mean, this is what it leads to. So
I hear you, McD.
And the other point I want to make, because I've been listening for the past probably 90 minutes to piggyback on a few phone calls.
Yep.
Outside of Ohio State, Mark, and maybe Alabama, even though a lot of that has to do with Coach Saban at the helm. And maybe Georgia to a bit of a lesser extent. All these blue bloods like USC, Michigan, Penn State, they've had losing seasons or 500 seasons.
Sure.
So these programs like Indiana, this whole motion like, oh, Indiana's never. I mean, 6-6 is going to be good for them. There's going to be, I mean, 2020 during I'm going to call it the COVID season.
Yes,
if it was
called that.
If that was a full-fledged season for Indiana and a weak Big Ten, Indiana would have went 10-3 in my opinion. So I just don't think I don't think it's fair to just say, oh, these like Northwestern, they made Big Ten championship games. Now, granted, they probably never will again. But don't tell me these quote unquote bottom feeders they can't win. They can't have Cinderella seasons.
What do you consider a Cinderella season though? Going 8-4 or playing for a Big Ten championship?
10 wins, 10-3.
Well, okay.
maybe
Well, 10 and 3,
9-4.
you can win a bowl game. So you're 9 and 3 in the regular season. But we're talking about a Big Ten that's going to be stacked.
Right.
And I'm just trying to get a grasp on what you're projecting. Do I think that Indiana can go 9 and 3 someday and play in the Citrus Bowl?
I
I
think they
guess,
can.
sure.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to become more and more difficult, though, because they're going to not only run into the teams that they're already running into. I know that they're, in a sense, their schedule is going to lighten up because they're going to see more Western Division teams and not have to see Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State every year. But they're also going to start to run into USC and UCLA, and who knows, that might be Florida State and Clemson.
Well, I don't think Florida State and Clemson is going to be in the Big Ten at the end of the day. I think they're
Okay,
going to
well,
be
then it
vastly
might be
deeper.
Washington and Oregon that they're going to have to play.
True, but at the same time, you're telling me and Ohio State's like the lone exception because I've never seen Ohio State outside of that 1 year in 2011
Yeah,
that was
when they
when
didn't
they
have
had
a coach.
sanctions.
Sure.
And well, Luke Fickell was the head coach. Let's not say they don't have a coach.
Well, he wasn't the Luke Fickell of 12 years later.
True.
He had never coached before. He had never led a program, and he's leading Ohio State. Yeah, it was a difficult situation.
And I
But I
agree with
understand
that.
your point. If I could make this point before you go off, I did produce a video because I thought this was very interesting a couple of years ago, and I could possibly dig it out. I wanted to know, when was the last time, and I went through all these elite programs, when was the last time they were down? And I defined down because most people just say down and then they don't define it. You don't know what it is. I defined down as being, it couldn't just be 1 year. Just because you're like riding along 11 and 1, you go 6 and 6 1 year, and then you
Yeah.
pop back up to 11 and 1. That's not down. Like at least 3 years in a row that you're not playing for your conference championship on the final weekend of the season. You're not in contention for the conference championship. That's how I define down. You have to go back to the 1940s. The last time, by that definition, that Ohio State was down.
And I agree with that metric completely that you use. I think I remember watching that video 3
And
years
everybody
ago.
else, you don't have to go that far back.
Yeah. That's what I'm that's what I'm saying. Like, don't tell me that and Ohio State's the lone exception because they're the only program I can think of that at least wins 10, 11 games every year. Even though this year I think they might struggle getting to 10 wins in the regular season, but I'll debate that another time. But I mean, don't tell me we just watched Michigan before Jim Harbaugh got there, basically run through 2 coaches that outside of the first year of the first head coach, I mean, they were struggling making bowl games. I mean, Penn State had that whole scandal. You look at USC. I mean, the 2010s for USC outside of 2016, to be honest, wasn't good. I mean, you look at I can name chapter and verse of each big program, and I could just point in recent memory where I mean, yeah, they went 7-5. That's great, but I mean, for the resources that they have, that's not good enough there. So I just wanted to push back on that point, saying, "Oh, Indiana, they can't compete." When maybe not so much compete, but they're going to be bomb feeders, or like Northwestern is going to be bomb feeders in the Big Ten. They're not going to be bomb feeders every year in the Big Ten because you can't tell me that these 6 or 7 blue bloods in the Big Ten, when I think all this conference realignment's done, it's going to be going 10-2, 11-1 every year. You can't tell me that.
So technically, I agree with you. They're not always going to be bottom feeders, but if Indiana goes 4-8 basically every season for 20 years, and except for like 3 years they go 8-4, yes, technically they're not bottom feeders every year, but the majority of time, the great majority of time, they're going to be bottom feeders.
I agree. I'm just saying that there's not don't expect they're not
They
going to
haven't
be
won a
4-8
bowl
every
game
year,
since '93.
and they're in 2 recent bowl games.
Okay.
So I know that doesn't
And who
debate that
doesn't make
point.
bowl games now? 80 teams make bowl games.
That is true, and I could tell you how that's probably not going to be the case anymore. But I know you have two ever callers of Big Ten teams that aren't going to compete for the Big Ten East this year. So thanks for taking my call, Mark. Go
Thank you,
Terps.
McD. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Ben is telling us that Ohio State is due to lose to a non-Power 5 team. They're due. I always love that term too. Somebody's due. I don't always know what that means, unless you're playing like slots. You know, the percentages say, I just watched the Twilight Zone about this last night. If you're playing slots, yeah, like if you come up empty like 4,000 times in a row, yeah, you're due. But if you're playing football, shoot, Indiana's due to beat Ohio State too. But are they going to do it this year? All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. We got our guy David here.
Yeah, is due a strategy in football, by the way? Is that how we make wagers? Is that how we decide football games nowadays? They're due.
Who are they going to lose to? That's a non-Power 5.
I mean, I guess upsets happen. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't. I mean, Ohio State lost to a bad Purdue team, and
but kind of a mediocre.
Purdue. Yeah, that was right. That's not a non-Power 5. That's far from a non-Power 5. Unfortunately, I do remember that bowl loss to Air Force. That was a bad point in the John Cooper era.
It was a cold night in Memphis.
Yes. Yeah.
And if you're much like me, David, and I believe you are when it comes to your Ohio State football fandom, like that was like devastating. Like a Liberty Bowl. Now we laugh about that stuff now, these dumb bowl games.
Right.
But I was like devastated.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you know, Dace had asked this question like years ago. He's like, when was the last time that the team up north was like ahead of Ohio State? And I would say the first 5 years of the John Cooper era.
Yes.
Which was a very good era for them, by the way. You know, if they want to harken back to a good era of them, you know, that would be, you know, the last 2 years of Bo, and the first few years of the Moeller era was pretty good. I think they went to 4 Rose Bowls in 5 years and won 2 of them.
5 consecutive Big Ten championships.
Right. And Cooper never won more than 8 games his first 5 years as head coach and never won a bowl game.
And I'll say this, if you heard the last caller when I was defining down, what it means to be down, at least I'm just throwing out a definition. I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear my definition of being down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so I think of Ohio State, the last time Ohio State being down in the late 80s. The exact time you're talking about here, between like 87 and 92.
Right.
But by my definition, and I came up with this definition, they weren't even down then, because in 1989 and in 1990, they were playing Michigan with a Big Ten championship on the line.
Sure.
Despite being down, they were still playing for the Big Ten championship on the final day of the season.
Yeah. Stupid Cooper tried to run the option with Greg Fry, you know, and he has, you know, 2 NFL running backs in the backfield. And, you know, it was just so moronic. Now, I will say this, and I've always said this, and I said this to you before when we met. I said that one of the things, to be fair to John, is he was not left a boatload of talent by our old buddy Earl Bruce.
Our buddy, Urban Meyer's hero.
Right, exactly. I mean, he did not leave the cupboard full for Mr. Cooper.
Just you wonder what was going on then in recruiting.
Well, that's what they had said. That I mean, Earl had not had all.
Oh, we lost David. I don't know if Earl was kicking up his feet on the desk those days, but yeah, John Cooper's on record as saying, I don't know what in the world I ran into when I went to Columbus, and all these people were clamoring, we got to win a national championship and beat Michigan. And, you know, I'm trying to beat Illinois and Purdue because our teams are really not that good. We got a Buckeye Mike on the line. Buckeye Mike, what's going on tonight?
Oh, not much. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing well. Good to hear from you.
It's good to be back on here. First of all, can I just get it out of the way? Everybody in the chat, can we please hit the like button to get this stream boosted up? And don't forget, if you shop Amazon, because we know we all do, please use the Amazon link to help this guy out.
And what I appreciate that so much, Mike, because I would love for somebody to tell me if they use the Amazon link and it's like a pain and it's causing me all sorts of problems. Don't use it, or please tell me about this, because I've actually talked to my friends and said, use this link. How was it? Did you have any problems with it? No, it's exactly the same. So I'm like, can somebody do this? And Dakota Nielsen, I was lying before. I would like to make like $1,000 a month on it, but yes, let's get me to $30 first would be tremendous. Absolutely. So thank you so much for that, Buckeye Mike. What's on your mind?
So I don't know. With thank you, John. Yes, we are. With this whole realignment thing, I do think Arizona is headed to the Big 12. I think, like I said the other night, Florida State, Clemson. I would go Miami like you. Oregon and Washington likely headed to the Big 10. I've now heard, of course, I consider it rumor because it's just Twitter, but I heard on Twitter that Stanford is possibly looking at getting rid of their football program, which I hope that doesn't happen. And, if Oregon follows Arizona to the Big 12 and so does Washington, I would honestly feel like Stanford and Cal would be good pickups to a degree. We would basically have control of the state of California at that point as far as big time programs. And I do think that, like I said the other night, Pac-12 is headed to being no more. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's too bad, but that's the reality that we live in. And I find this interesting to a degree. I would not want to be one of those people that's on here talking about realignment every day. I do know that those people exist. We only bring it up when it's actually there's substantial news and it's of substance. But and I find it interesting kind of messing around with the conferences and trying to figure out, okay, what would it look like? And if you added this team or that team or move these teams around, and how would you structure the league and who would you schedule? I find all that stuff fun. But when it really comes down to it, I would like things to go back to the way they were. I would like for them to be like 1990, let's say.
Well, I hear that a lot because Jeffrey feels the same way.
Yeah, and you guys aren't even that old to remember those days, but imagine this, folks. Anybody that's under like the age of 30, that I remember when the Pac-10 at the time, there were some seasons where, and people didn't talk as much as they do now. And obviously there was no social media to hear from fans all the time, but people didn't talk quite as much about who's the best conference, who's the second best conference, and all that. You heard that around bowl time. That's when that came up. You'd hear all of a sudden, the Big Ten and the SEC, there's a big argument over who's the best. But so obviously people didn't have these kind of outlets to communicate to each other. But I remember back in the 80s and 90s, some seasons thinking, shoot, I think the Pac-12 might be the best, Pac-10 might be the best conference in college football. Like, it was a really good conference most of the time.
Yeah, I find myself sometimes thinking, when exactly did we see the paradigm shift between the race between the Pac-10 and the Big Ten transition to the race between the SEC and the Big Ten?
Well, of course, it's gradual. It's never a sudden shift. I remember this vividly because I was working in the SEC at the time, but in 1998, I was working surrounded by people that loved the SEC, whether they worked in the media or they were just fans, and they didn't even watch anything else. And but the Big Ten was so good in 1998, even people there would have to be corrected by other people that were more in tune to football, but they were SEC fans that would have to say, you know what, got to kind of admit the Big Ten's better than we are this year. And then if you go from like the mid 90s to the mid 2000s, it was really close between the SEC and the Big Ten. There were a couple of rough years for the Big Ten. 2001 was not a good year for the Big Ten in particular, when Illinois won the Big Ten and they went to the Sugar Bowl and got clocked by Nick Saban. Like, that was a bit down year for the Big Ten. But generally in that range, the Big 12 was really good, and the SEC and the Big Ten, they were all really good. And then that Florida gut punch to Ohio State really launched the SEC. Now, I don't know if that launched the SEC, but that coincided with the launch of the SEC taking off.
Now, I know this is jumping more into like history talk, but do you remember, because I haven't really looked into it, but do you remember what exactly forced the Alabama coach right before Saban out, and like what led Bama to the process to get Saban?
So I have to kind of order this in my mind. When I was down there covering Alabama, Mike Dubose was the head coach, and he had a couple of good years. They won the SEC in 96, 90, 99. The team that lost to Michigan in the Orange Bowl. And then it went, I get them mixed up. So Mike Price was the guy. So Washington State had a big year under Mike Price, and they went to the Rose Bowl. And then Mike Price got the Alabama job. This would have been like in 2003. And he had, oh my goodness, what exactly happened? Some kind of issue. He had shoot, it's slipping my mind. It's something involving a hooker and just this nasty situation. And he never officially got the job. He like took the job and they fired him within like 3 days. Look him up, Mike Price, everybody. And I forget the story. I'm going to have to reacquaint myself. And then they went to Dennis Franchione, and he came from Texas A&M. And he had a rough couple of years. Mike Shula was the guy right before Saban. I think I've got that straight.
I think so.
And Mike Shula, of course, Don Shula's son, he played at Alabama. He was a left-handed quarterback. No, I'm getting David Shula mixed up with Mike. Don Shula's got two sons that were in coaching. Mike Shula and David Shula. One was a left-handed quarterback at Alabama in the 80s. But Mike Shula was the head coach. And he didn't have a horrible run. They actually had one of their bigger seasons and wins prior to Saban, kind of in that 10-year window before Saban, when they defeated who was it in the Cotton Bowl? Texas Tech in the Cotton Bowl, and they finished 10-2, and they finished in like number 7 or 8 in the country. That was their best season during the 2000s prior to Saban. But his last year must have been in 2006, and they lost to Northern Illinois, and they finished like 5-6, or that might have been their 3-8 season. They had a 3-8 season in there as well. And, you know, Alabama's Alabama, and they were thinking, okay, we've got to get back to where we were supposed to be. And they went after Nick Saban, who, of course, was with the Miami Dolphins. And I'm not the first one to unravel this story. But, of course, the Miami Dolphins traded for Drew Brees. But he failed the physical because he had just had back surgery, and he failed the physical. And so the Dolphins negated the trade, and they didn't get Drew Brees, and they had another bad season under Nick Saban, and he left. But if he would have had Drew Brees, and instead of going 7-9, would have gone, I don't know, 11-5, He may never have gone to Alabama.
It just is sad to think Drew Brees, not really Drew himself, but an injured Drew Brees in the Miami Dolphins organization is what brought Nick Saban to Alabama, and the rest
Yeah,
is
it's
history.
crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely. So the last thing I wanted to get your opinion on, or like your understanding or whatever. Can you help me understand exactly why, quote unquote, our fan base, and I use our because we're both Buckeyes, why they already want to run Ryan Day out of Columbus with a 45-6 record? I mean, he's roughly on track for Urban's record at 73-9. It could be a little worse, of course, but
83-9. Yeah.
or yeah,
Gotcha.
83-9. My bad. But yeah, I just don't understand it because I mean, we're winning. I mean, I get, 2 losses in a row to Michigan. You don't want to lose to Michigan. I get it. But the other thing too is like the 12 team is coming. We're going to end up playing Michigan probably 3 times a year for majority of the next 10 years.
All right. So my first question for you is when you started watching college football.
When did I?
Yes.
I started on a regular basis around 2004, but I do have a tendency to watch games before then.
Okay. So you started right at the time that Ohio State started to dominate the series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I do think that maybe there's something that has stayed with many of us that have watched for a lot longer than that, because losing to Michigan really does not sit well with, and I know it doesn't sit well with you either, but I'm talking about enduring the 80s and the 90s, losing to Michigan for many of us. And I think those of you who watch me on a regular basis can see that I've hopefully grown up a little bit. I'm a fairly, older guy that I've hopefully grown up to an extent that this stuff does not affect me and it's only football. But oh my goodness, losing to Michigan just used to send me into a tailspin for weeks. Like that was the worst thing that could have happened. And I think that still just resonates with a lot of people that can't happen. Like people have called me crazy for saying that losing to Michigan games, when I look back on my decades of being an Ohio State fan, all those Michigan losses are worse than any other losses. So Ryan Day has lost 2 of those, and he's not just lost 2 of those, he's lost 2 of those after Urban Meyer and Jim Tressel won all those games. This has shocked Ohio State fans because they didn't see this coming.
So let me ask you this then. Do you think that it shocked the fan base just because of the fact that he's lost 2 in a row? Or do you think that it's shocked the fan base in the manner in which he's lost in 2 consecutive, what I would consider blowouts? Or at least decisive victories?
Well, that's where somewhat the reasonable fan is separated from the unreasonable fan. The unreasonable fan, it wouldn't matter how they lost. If they would have lost like they lost to Georgia, they would say we don't care. They just lost the game. The more reasonable fan is saying, okay, it's tougher to take because we got dominated in the fourth quarter of these 2 games, and to see our team just get manhandled in crunch time is a problem, is concerning. And that's Ryan Day's responsibility ultimately, even if it's not his fault, it's his responsibility.
Right. And going back to my comment about possible 3 times a year, when I sit back and actually think about Ryan's comment at media days where he was talking about moving the game, my instant reaction was like, what? like most of the fan base I saw on Twitter was like, is Ryan Day crazy? Is he drinking some special juice? But, when I think about it, it's like, we'd have the last game of the year. And most of the time we'll be in contention for the Big Ten championship, both schools. So you turn around and play them most likely again the following week. And then, like I said, again in the playoffs. And I think all he was saying really was the game still means something. But I mean, look at Texas, Oklahoma. They always play in the middle of the season. So why can't we do something like that? Which, I mean, if that ends up being the case where Ohio State and Michigan play 2 to 3 times a year, then I can kind of see his understanding on that. But at the same time, it's just like it's always been at the end of the year.
It's going to be weird regardless of what happens, because either they're going to move the game earlier in the season, and then every time Ohio State and Michigan don't both make the playoff or don't both make the Big Ten championship game, people are going to be throwing up their hands going, why they move this game to the middle of the season? They should be playing the last game of the season. And if they keep it with the last game of the season, if they're playing a rematch the week later and then playing in the playoff, as is a possibility, then people are going to be saying they need to move this game. It's ridiculous. 2 teams are playing 3 times in a month.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not going to be able to win. Neither decision is going to be the best decision every year. It's just impossible.
Right. Yeah, the whole thing is just crazy. Eventually, they just need to decide something, I would think.
Well, the decision is going to be to keep the game the last week of the season.
Yeah, I think until there's a decisive I don't see them moving it until I don't know, until Ryan Day wins a couple titles, possibly back to back, because the whole rumor down south was now that Kirby's won 2 in a row, he's gonna force Georgia and Florida to not be neutral site, because that's what he wants. He wants it to be a home and home.
Think of this, Mike. If we were sitting here 20 years ago and it was 2003 and Ohio State and Michigan had just played for the Big Ten championship, the final weekend, 2003, Michigan won, went to the Rose Bowl, and Ohio State would have gone to the BCS championship game. So, and there would have been a thought, okay, we're going to a 12-team playoff. Let's say we're going to a 12-team playoff in 2003, and the thought would have been, okay, well, these are the 2 best teams in the league. Ohio State just won a national championship 2 years ago. Michigan just won the Big Ten championship and beat Ohio State, went to the Rose Bowl. They're going to be playing in the Big Ten championship all the time and going to be playing in this playoff. And so let's move the game to mid-October. Well, then what happened? Michigan fell off the map almost right after that. They won their last Big Ten title in 2004. And then they disappeared for 15 years. And the decision would have been made to play this game in October, and they would have never replayed. So things do change.
Right. I don't know. Do you think that now I know, Michigan means more and everything, but outside of that, Ryan Day does tend to win most of all the other games. Do you think that it sure is? Do you think that Harbaugh has figured it out to where maybe at least for the Ohio State Michigan game, now Ohio State falls off the map? Obviously, I don't think.
Oh,
right, and I don't think.
So could Ohio State have a 20-year run like Michigan had? Sure, they could. It's possible. It hasn't happened since. I don't know when it's happened. I'd have to get. I noted. I don't know if you heard a couple phone calls ago, because somebody said something about Ohio State's never down, and I said, yeah, and I hate to say this as an Ohio State fan, because people just think, oh, I'm being a homer, but I did a video about 3-4 years ago where I went through all the elites, like 15 of them, and determined, okay, when was the last time Florida State was down? Well, it was while I was doing the video, so that was easy. They're down now. When was the last Miami? Well, they're down now. But Alabama, when's the last time? Well, pre-Saban, early 2000s. And I defined it by saying, okay, what does down mean? Well, to me, it's not just one season, just because you had one off season. I defined it. And again, my definition isn't the definition. It's just what I came up with, is being down for 3 years, and down meaning you are not in competition for your conference championship on the final weekend of the season. You are not playing for a championship. Well, I think of Ohio State as being down in the late 80s. But even by that definition, they weren't down in the late 80s because they played for a Big Ten championship in 1989 and 90. They haven't been down since the 40s. So
Yeah.
It's possible, but I don't know. They're still recruiting a top 2 or 3 class in the country this year. And it's going to be tougher with the schedules are going to get tougher for everyone. They're going to have to play USC. Penn State's getting better, it appears. And UCLA may wake up and actually be some kind of a factor. I would expect that they're going to be an Iowa level team. So not an easy out. And then if the Big Ten continues to add more, Jeffrey called a few minutes ago and we were talking about that, how ridiculous the schedules are going to be if you got to play the teams you're playing now, plus throw in Oregon and Washington and USC. And so good seasons may start becoming like 9-3. Like look at the NFL. Teams win the Super Bowl that went 10-6.
Yeah, that's kind of my now I'm always a college football guy over NFL. I think the product is better. I think the play is better. I think the egos aren't
not
necessarily
to nitpick. I'm just curious, Mike. I'm sorry to cut in, but I'm curious. When you say the product, what do you mean by the product?
Well,
the players aren't better.
I mean, right. I guess when I say product, I just mean I get more enjoyability out of watching the game.
Gotcha. You get more enjoyment from the band and the cheerleaders and the pageantry. It's all much more exciting.
Well, and to be fair too, right. And I mean, to be fair too, and I know we're strictly college football channel, but I don't tell many people this for the obvious reason, but I'm a lifelong Browns fan. And so you can obviously kind of piece together why I think the college game is better.
Yeah. Wow.
But I mean, I just feel like, and I don't know if Jeffrey feels this way because I feel like he's told me before, but or even you feel this way, but I feel like the college football is headed to the type or style of the NFL. Like it's almost a parody. And I don't know. I mean, I know college football diehards will obviously be okay with it to a degree because they are going to want to watch college football, but I just don't know if you're taking viewership away by going that route, because you're essentially telling people that we want to do the exact same thing that something or someone else already does.
Yeah. Yep. And you're doing it at a lower level. You're not as good. It's like going to a minor league baseball game. Well, they're not as good. So why are you going? Well, it's cheaper. Maybe it's closer. Maybe there are reasons that you're attracted to minor league baseball above major league baseball. Again, it's cheaper and all those other things, and it feels more homespun. But if you take all those things away, so to me, when you frame it that way, this is what I think of. These are the two big problems for college football going forward that make it more like the NFL. Number one is all this realignment that we see. It's no longer That's a West Coast conference. This is a Midwest conference. That's a Southwest conference. That's a Southeast conference. And you tear the very fabric of America, basically, because there's something interesting. There's something special about the SEC, the rivalries, the traditions, the way people talk, the way they act, the music they like. You know, how many times do you see an SEC commercial? What do they play? They play country music because
Yeah.
it's identified with the South, and the food's different and everything. So there's a meeting of cultures when Alabama plays Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
The Midwest is different. The West Coast is different. That's what makes the Rose Bowl spectacle interesting. You know, you got a Midwest power taking on a West Coast power, and all of that. There was, hardly anybody that's watching here probably remembers the Southwest Conference, but Texas, all those Texas schools, Arkansas, there was a certain brand of football there, and all that's being so. Those schools that were rivals still are rivals within those conferences, but the conferences have become so big that sure, Ohio State and Michigan State and Indiana and Purdue are still playing each other. So we still have the core of the Big Ten, but we've added Rutgers and Maryland and Nebraska and USC and UCLA. And that's happened to every conference. You know, if you would have talked about Missouri being in the SEC 20 years ago, people would have been like, what's Missouri have to do with the SEC? They shouldn't be in the SEC. They're in the Dust Bowl, like the Plains. That's Big 8 country. Why are they in the SEC? So all that's been completely ripped apart. So it's like the NFL, because the NFL doesn't have that flavor of different. The divisions are just geographic. And back in the day, they weren't even geographic, and some of that is held, like the Dallas Cowboys. Why did they end up in the NFC East? Well, now it's just tradition. So they just kept them there. But when they reorganized the NFL somewhat in 1990, they tried to, they put Jacksonville, Tennessee, Carolina together. They tried, or not Carolina, Indy, Jacksonville, Tennessee. And who's the other one in that? Jacksonville, Tennessee, Indy, and oh Lord, what's wrong with me? The Houston Texans. So anyway, they all make sense geographically, except for Dallas is the outlier. But other than that, there's not a different feel to the New York Giants than the Tennessee Titans, because they're both NFL teams. They're professionals. They come from wherever. The New York Giants quarterback could be from Ole Miss, like Eli Manning, and the New Orleans Saints quarterback could be from Purdue, Drew Brees. So none of that. There's no regionality to the NFL. It's all just corporate, and they all seem like they're similar. And then the other big thing, in addition to tearing the fabric of the cultures, the music, the food, all that, is what's a great thing about our favorite college football players. If any of us name our favorite college football players, there's a 90-some% chance that they only played for one team. And if you think about your favorite NFL players, they probably played for 2 teams, 3 teams, 4 teams, but that's going away. We're going to all be rooting for college football players that have played all over the place. There's something special about Eddie George is only a Buckeye, and will only Troy Smith, only a Buckeye, Reggie Bush, only a USC Trojan. Like, they will never be identified with any other team, any other school. That's the only team. But that's, shoot, the Big Ten Western Division, the entire division are transfers. Every quarterback in the division is a transfer. So that takes a special quality of college football away.
Now, I know you're not Josh Pate and you're better than Josh. But
Well,
I'm gonna,
I appreciate that, but we don't need to compare people. But
well,
yeah,
I was
he's
saying,
really
like,
good at what he does.
I know he does a bold prediction comment,
Oh,
or
yeah,
he does a bold prediction segment. My bold prediction
which I
is
need
going
to
to
watch
be,
sometime just because I've seen that listed on my YouTube, like his or on when I'm on 24/7 Sports, but I've never listened to it to actually see what would be a bold prediction. So you're going to make a bold prediction.
yeah, and usually they're like crazy takes, but with the West being all wild for the Big Ten, one bold prediction for the West is going to be that Iowa's going to win the division.
Well, is that a bold prediction?
Well, I mean, because if you look at the way if I remember correctly, if you look at the way that the West is laid out with the favorites, I believe Wisconsin is the favorite. Now, I think Iowa is probably up there shortly behind Wisconsin, but I do believe Wisconsin is the favorite.
Okay.
Which makes sense since they're usually strong across the board for the most part. Now on the East side, I will say, obviously, it's not really bold, but Illinois is probably going to drop off. Indiana is going to look
Wait a
strong.
minute. Illinois is in the West.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I do think Indiana could be strong this year. I see Indiana with the possibility of going 8-4, 9-3, possibly.
Now that's your bold prediction, not Iowa. That's your bold prediction. Indiana's going to go 9-3,
8-4, 9-3. I can see it.
Hey, Mike, what can we do for Mike if his bold prediction comes true? We got to do something special for Mike. If Indiana goes 8-4, who's Indiana's big non-conference game? We need Jeffrey here, or I need to not be lazy and look it up here. I wonder who their non-conference game is. Like they played who they play last year, Cincinnati. I wonder who they play. Oh, they play Louisville.
Yes, in Indianapolis.
They could win that game. I expect them to lose, but they could win. That's close to a toss-up. There we got Jeffrey. You guys are going to keep me up all night here, but we get Jeffrey in here. 9-3.
Yeah, this is funny. I'm like Indiana 5-7 to 6-6. That's my range here for Indiana. I'm not seeing 8-4, 9-3, but hey, if they do that, Tom Allen's secure forever.
Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State are still on the schedule, right? They didn't take them off, right?
Yeah, so that's already 3 losses. So they have Louisville, like you said, in the non-conference, and then I mean you've got at Purdue, Maryland, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan State. It becomes very difficult to see that happening.
Why do you like Indiana so much?
Me?
No, Mike.
Oh, I was just gonna say for me, the only reason why I like him because I feel sorry for him. That's why I like him. But what's up, Mike?
I don't know. I like Tom Allen. Tom Allen has got something cooking down there. He just needs to get the right guys.
Indiana, to be fair, I know Mark's been live for 4 hours, and I've already been on earlier. It's like the only time I've ever been on twice, but you guys were talking about it. But I mean, I will say that Tom Allen did some sneaky moves in the offseason. I mean, Taven Jackson could be good, but it's a key. Could. I mean, we don't know how good he's going to be. And you talk about the running back room. They've got 3 solid running backs. Jalen Lucas is on All-American list. That guy is great. He's fast. He could be solid. Cam Camper's back. He was a good receiver. They got E.J. Williams from Clemson. He was a former 5-star recruit. What if he shines to Keith Carter from Fordham? There's pieces, but will it all pan out or not?
Uncle Rico hit the nail on the head right here. And this is what I was about to say, Mike, when you said that he just needs the right guys, that's kind of the whole, that's kind of the core of the whole deal is you get the right guys.
But, it's kind of like, okay, why do I like Minnesota? PJ Fleck is an awesome dude.
That's why I like Indiana.
They're
That's why
likable coaches.
I'm not going to say I'm not going to like Indiana anymore once Tom Allen's gone for football, but like Tom Allen's the guy, man. I mean, he's
I
just
like
so
Tom
cool.
Allen.
And if he's gone, I mean, it's like, it's going to be very difficult. Because I mean, I'm an Alabama guy from birth. I mean, I've been watching Bama since like 08, but it's like Indiana. I just feel really, that's why I always come and chat and you don't hear talking about it.
This was a funny scene at Big Ten Media Day. So the coaches spoke up at the main podium that everybody saw Big Ten networks, but then they came down and they would go to like a side podium, and then it was a smaller desk and whatever. I just happened to be, while I'm sitting there at the Ryan Day was going at the same time as Tom Allen, and there's like 200 media around Ryan Day. This huge, like, people are cramming in, and I look back and there were two guys.
Hey, if I was at Big Ten Media Days, I would have been over there giving Tom Allen some questions. I would be like, "Hey, Tom Allen, I got some questions for you. Are you gonna win the Big Ten this year?"
But you could still hear him from that far away, going, "We're gonna be determined, and we're gonna fight the Turkers."
It's so I miss it when he first got hired, though, man. He was like, "We're gonna win the Big Ten one day. It's gonna happen." And I'm like, it almost happened in 2020. People don't give me credit for that season, but it almost happened in 2020. Maybe that window of opportunity's gone. Penix is out, Caleb DeBoer's gone. But I mean, hey, I miss that version of Tom Allen. He's still awesome, but I miss that because it almost felt. Someone said in a comment section I saw on an article talking about what he said at Big Ten Media Days, and someone said it's almost like hearing him talk. He's hoping it would happen versus when he first got at Indiana, he thought it could happen. And that's the thing. You can just tell it's not the same. It's like, Tom Allen, you got to get back to believing you can do it.
As Kevin Garnett once said, anything is possible.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But yeah, I don't know if you're gonna make a video on Indiana's like prediction, Mark, but like if you had a prediction right now, what do you think for Indiana this year?
Okay, I'm gonna make Mike sound a little less insane. Okay, they lose to the three obvious teams, then they lose to Wisconsin, and I guess okay. They got the two out of conference wins, obviously, and then they beat Louisville. That I think that's not quite a toss-up game, but it's close, and they're playing a semi-home game there. Maryland that would be an upset, of course. That would be a decent upset, but obviously Maryland is not anything elite. Rutgers, they got to win that game, obviously. Illinois on the road.
Yeah.
Illinois, Michigan State, Purdue. So they got to win all those games.
I mean, like Michigan State's a game that you would think they should win because the way Michigan State is right now, and they did win last year. I mean, they can win that one, but I mean, if they win the 3 non-conference games, beat Rutgers, Michigan State, that's only 5. And those to me are the most likely wins. And then you start getting a little more complicated because Maryland's better, Illinois is better. Purdue, I mean, they could be shaky in their first season of Ron Walters, but still, as head coach, that's on the road though. And then Indiana's really struggling against Purdue. Indiana's beat Purdue one time in like 7 years or 6 years. In 7 years, I think. They beat them in 2019 in double overtime with Peyton Ramsey, and that's it. They have not won any more times against Purdue since 2016 and Nate Sudfeld. So I'm not confident in beating Purdue.
I think that they beat Rutgers and they're going to steal one other game and go 4-8.
Ooh.
I have 5-7. I think they'll beat, possibly Louisville, Michigan State, Rutgers. Ironically, for some weird reason, I'm feeling Wisconsin. I think that's possible because it is his first year. I know that Wisconsin's got some good players and all. They do. But it is his first year, and it's at Indiana. It could happen. It could happen. I don't know. I'm actually more confident about Wisconsin than Maryland because Maryland's been better.
Were there some kind of rankings that came out? The FBS schedule site has rankings next to these teams.
I don't know. All I know is I was on the Big Ten Live show last week with One Scoop John, and they had Indiana in the Big Ten rank is 13th out of 14, which is not good.
My goodness.
13 out of 14.
Well, having this conversation flashes me back to a little bit ago when I was talking to a Virginia Tech guy on my channel, and he was saying, it was kind of hard to hear him, but he was saying, like, we went 3-9 last year, and we really look like we could be a bowl team this year. And so it just kind of like, I was thinking about that sitting here talking to you, Mark, and I'm like, who would be the likely one to pull something crazy out of their hat? Oh yeah, Indiana.
Well, I don't know much about Virginia Tech. I have to look at their team, but I mean, Indiana though did get a top 25 transfer class, and that's the whole problem because transfers are hit or miss. You have Kenneth Walker, lightning in a bottle, Michigan State, and then you have transfers that don't pan out. But I mean, all Indiana needs is Taven Jackson to be a hit, Cam Camper to come back to playing the way he was beginning of last season, and then you have one of EJ Williams or DeKeese Carter playing really well. That's two good receivers. You'll have Jalen Lucas and then Taven Jackson. Your offense is not bad. The defense has a lot of transfers, but there's guys from Texas. There's guys from Texas A&M. There's guys from, a lot of SEC and Big 12 programs that transferred to Indiana on the defensive side of the ball. They got a guy from Texas Tech. I mean, I know that a lot of them were not starters, but a lot of them were like 4-star guys. So, I mean, it's not like Indiana did awful. It's just, are these guys going to be good? Are they going to hit more of them, or are they going to hit versus miss? And if they hit, they could be 7-5 at best. I just 8-4, 9-3. I don't know. I doubt it, but
I mean, how good is their O-line? Because the key's going to be,
that's
of course,
the line's bad. I mean, their offensive line, like for example, even One Scoop John mentioned this. Last year, Indiana was tied with Michigan at the half 10-10. And Indiana was hanging in that game. But at the beginning of the third quarter, the offensive line just collapsed. And Connor Bazelak got sacked like 6 times in that game, and it was all in the second half. First half, Indiana was hanging tough. I thought they had a shot. And then the offensive line just, I don't know, they just stopped doing anything. And Indiana lost 31-10. They didn't score a point in the second half. So when the offensive line plays decent, they have chances to beat good teams. They were better at the beginning of Tom Allen's tenure, because I remember one of the first games I ever watched of Indiana football was in 2018. They played Michigan, and Peyton Ramsey was the quarterback, and they almost beat Michigan that year. They lost by like 3 or 7 or something like that. They went 5-7 that year. But when Indiana has a decent line, they can compete. But the offensive line has been bad the last 3 or 4 years. But they did get Bob Bostad from Wisconsin. He's their new offensive line coach, and that's the key. Can he improve the offensive line substantially? If he does, I don't know. Maybe they'll be better. Because, I mean, a lot of the dudes that Indiana has on their team, they're like high 3 and low 4-star recruits. They're higher rated guys than Indiana had in the Kevin Wilson era, but the Kevin Wilson era guys perform better than the guys recently. Maybe Bob Bostad can shape them up. Who knows?
I don't know.
There you have it. Well, I got to say, guys, that I was planning on wrapping this up like 2 hours ago.
Sorry about that.
No, you guys are good. You guys, I only have about 20 minutes to blame you guys for.
That was a blast, though. I mean, I love talking about IU. I mean, again, I would talk about Alabama more. I mean, they're my team, but I just don't, because everyone else talks about Ohio State, Bama on here. It's like Indiana, no one does. So
yeah, love the Indiana talk. Good stuff. All right, Mike, appreciate you being here. Jeffrey, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on again. And this was awesome. Can't wait for the next show.
Yep, we'll talk to you soon.
Yep.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up here at the Voice of College Football. Let's see, Wednesday, we've got our Oklahoma show at 12:30. We've got Michigan at 5. We've got Florida State at 6. We've got Miami at 7. Then we've got a special Big Ten realignment look tomorrow night. So we will be full throttle tomorrow. And at some point, I'd like to produce a video, but I don't know if I'm going to have time with whatever it is, 5 live streams. But we at least have John taking on the Michigan live stream. He's done a tremendous job there. So join John Diadamo at 5 o'clock Eastern on the Michigan show on the Michigan channel. But again, Oklahoma at 12:30, Michigan at 5, Florida State at 6, Miami at 7. And then we're back here at 8 or 8:15 for a look at Big Ten realignment All right, folks. And I understand we talked about that tonight, but we're going to have metrics and all sorts of special features to explain it a bit better. All right, folks. Appreciate you being here, supporting the voice of college football. Subscribe on your way out, and we will get to 100,000 subs at some point. See you tomorrow.